Hope that you guys are doing well. Sorry, just had to put some gear on. Bloody drove here and was like, put my body armour on once I'm there. I got set up and I was like, I don't have my armour on yet. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Just let me get a couple more little things set up to go. Primarily, the armour, which is important. And then we will get into what we get into. Right. Oh, shit. Fucking stuck in here. Dude, these like quick release clips on body armour are the worst thing ever fucking designed. What's wrong with Velcro? Velcro sides. It's the way to do it. God, I'd hate to be in a panic. I'm trying to get those bloody in. Right. No interviews today, sadly. The interviews are very, very difficult to get here, but I hope that you guys are all well for one of the final streams coming through. As this will cut in and out intermittently. But remember, guys, first 10, 20 minutes, 10, 15, 20, is just the stream actually stabilising, it feels like. So give it time. But no fox sightings yet. We'll get into the news. We'll talk about a bit of that. But you're just going to have to give me a few minutes because I do have to set up just the charging stuff for this as well. But you guys can hear me, can't you? I think so. Awesome. I think we're getting this set up finally actually working. But today has been very slow for me. I'll get into the news in a second. I got back very late last night. One of the roads I wanted to go on was closed, which was annoying. So I had to find a way around. I think I got a little bit lost. Ended up back at the same closed road. But that's alright. I mean, I edited a little bit today that I didn't need to edit. But that is alright. But I'll be with you guys in a second. I just need to fix... Oh, not fix. I just need to get the charger set up. Again, I believe I missed a chat from Mr. Paul Reed. Thank you, mate. Just setting up a couple of things. Just making sure nothing is going to stop us from our goal of streaming this evening. Right. Okay, we are in. Sounds rested. Not super rested, as always, but we are pretty good. No, we haven't seen anything about the hostages yet, unless you guys have seen something. I haven't seen anything. Remember, guys, if it starts refreshing, if it starts buffering, the first thing you should do is refresh your window first, and then try and let me know. Thank you, Sawman, for sending prayers. We appreciate this. Right, so I'm getting my chair set up, and then I will tell you guys the news as we are getting somewhere on getting this stream at least more reliable than it was in the beginning. But we will be moving positions at some point also. But just give that a little bit of time. Just want a couple more journos to move. I was going to say fuck off, but and then we will get into a better position, eh? All right. So I just got a message from one of my dear mates that said it's been very quiet again today, mate. At this rate, we are leaving on Friday. So there are a number of other journalists and stuff also ripping out on Friday as things have quietened down. So, yeah, as we know, depending if you can't get into Gaza and this slows down, then the media, will start leaving, which is not good for Israel. Israel is losing the media battle online in the online space because the images coming out of Gaza are absolutely horrific. And I do believe it is in their best interest to let media see what is actually happening. Or maybe not. We'll see. But Roger Fuji? Yeah. Thanks, mate, for acknowledging the dedication. I appreciate this. Now, I have been off the chat just for a minute, and I also have forgotten to post in my social medias to actually tell people that I'm here. So guys, remember the first couple of minutes of this is just letting some people get in, stuffing around a little bit, letting the internet stabilise, and then we'll be there. All right. Flares up in the distance. That's about where we saw that strike hit before. We are seeing strikes out far left also. Hello, guys. No, today's not the last day. One of the very last days, but it is not the last day. we are seeing a lot of strikes out to your far left also. Remember, guys, I am leaving on Friday, so we are getting near the... Jesus, Mary, I've been online for a few minutes. You've already jumped in. Mary, thank you for everything. Stay safe. Mary, you are banned from donating. Mary, we've broken even on the trip. We've actually made now profit. Mary, do not worry about that. But Mary, thank you very much. We really appreciate that, Mary. You are definitely the highest donor here, but you've done enough. You're amazing. Thank you. Remember, guys, you can just watch this for free. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Now, sorry, I just need to reply to a message quickly. Mary, everyone's saying they're up for adoption. Now, there may be a time I duck off tonight because I was actually meant to be doing an interview with a channel over here, but they haven't hit me up. But we will see. If I do disappear, I'll let you guys know, and then I'll boost. So, Trey has said on Twitter a couple of hours ago, Trey, the most popular guy on this channel, but you guys like him more than I. And you guys like Mary and Tom a lot more than I. And the fox is number one, actually. In Kazakhstan, it goes a god, a fox, Trey, Mary, Tom, Rat, Willy. And anyway, Trey goes northern Gaza is quite uniquely quiet right now. Very few airstrikes. Can't hear any outgoing artillery from our location. So, yeah, guys, been hearing that it is very quiet down here tonight. So we will see what ends up happening. As Crazy Cajun has already donated some memberships, as well as Don't Sell Yourself Short. Thank you, Blakey, mate. I don't know if anyone got the Borat reference in there somewhere. Candy Lucy. Willie, thank you so much for your daily hard work. Thank you, Candy Lucy. Guys, I've been struggling today with... I got eaten alive by mosquitoes last night. My arms... I'll show you a bit later on the camera. My arms, dudes, are like fully just effed up from... That's the first time I've ever censored a swear word. Fully fucked up from mosquito bites. It's so bad. Are those flares in the distance? Yes, they are. So you guys are seeing flares to your sort of mid-right of your screen, and then to your mid-left we'll also be seeing some strikes as well. We have seen some, but like we've had, we haven't heard actually any outgoing artillery, and then Trey has said that it is has been uniquely quiet tonight as well. And this is, this is what we expected. We did expect that as the IDF move into Gaza, that these strikes will settle down, because they're not going to be dropping artillery and bombs on the heads of their own dudes. So yeah, it will settle down as that happens. As Master WWS, thank you, brother. Willie, whenever you're in the north, I'll bring you some hot meal and beverage. Thank you. I feel like I am making some great Israeli friends through this also. So thank you guys very much. So people are saying that sunrise was quite a shit show, right? Right. Well, it looks like we just missed it because we weren't here. We were here to, what, 4 a.m. or something last night? Anyway, what was I about to say? Reneki, thank you very, very much for the mosquito. Cheers. But yeah, I'm so itchy, man. It's ridiculous. My arms and my legs. I don't even know how they got my legs. I'm wearing jeans, socks, and boots. And they got my legs so bad. Surely a mosquito can't get through. Like, these are like Levi jeans. All right, let's have a look at what is going on in the news. Even the news has been a little bit slow. Look at what the IDF has said. As we open the first of the energy drinks, I'm exceptionally tired today, but I think you guys said I sounded a little bit better. Maybe I've just got over the sickness. I haven't been feeling as sick, like as coughy or sneezy today, so that's a good thing. So let's hope that is clearing up. As my parents text me and they're like, tomorrow morning we're on the way to your house, and I'm like, uh-oh. But that is all good. It's like the beginning of Everybody Loves Raymond, if you've seen that. Now, let's have a look. So they are showing, IDF are showing aborted airstrikes as they have seen civilians in the area. Again, I still don't think the IDF... I say this, I think they could have done more to protect civilians. But then if you ask me, what could have they done more to protect civilians? The only answer I could give you is dropping less bombs, which I guess is an answer. But as far as dropping flyers, giving a month, sending messages, yeah, you get me. Mikey Byrne, you should start a Lily membership fund. She needs one too. So I think the Willy membership fund is straight into the Lily one, brother. Don't be bringing cricket into this, chat. Also remember, guys, no one will be blocked unless they say something either really fucking disgusting or you're spamming shit. But if it's, if it's anti-Semitism, Islamophobic, whatever, if it's just disgusting and not adding anything, you'll start getting a 30-minute ban, hour ban, 24-hour ban, whatever. So we are seeing footage as well. Maybe this is why things have been quiet. Is 7 hours ago, happening now. Thousands of Gazan residents move through evacuation corridor that the IDF has set up in northern Gaza to move southwards. So we saw this a little bit earlier in the conflict. We did see some very, very quiet nights as the IDF urged people to move. So it wasn't like a ceasefire, like there were still strikes, but it definitely did quieten down a lot more. But today is the 7th of November, of course. The 7th is marking 1 month since Hamas crossed the border and massacred many hundreds into the thousands of innocent civilians here. Scott's channel, mate, your work is appreciated, legend. Thank you, Scotty, mate. It has been It has been a fast month. If you think back to when this first happened, guys, that has gone, for me at least, it has gone incredibly, incredibly quickly. Scarily fast, actually, that we are in now sort of early mid-November. That's bloody hell. Christmas seems like 2 months ago. How badly was Sderot affected by the massacre? Fairly badly. It was, it's a very, very close area here. The police station here was a massacre. They had to end up flattening it. It was very bad, this area as well. So a lot of areas around here, you'll see gunshots, you'll see where rockets have landed, you'll see blood stains. Willie, I know you're leaving in a couple of days. It has been an honour knowing you, and thank you for what you're doing. No, thank you guys very much. I've actually figured out a way too, guys. I have worked out a way to give us one more night of streaming. As you guys know, I leave on Friday, and the final stream was meant to be tomorrow night. So it was meant to be Wednesday night, Thursday night in Tel Aviv, get a meal, whatever. Look around because I haven't really spent any time in Tel Aviv, and then fly out Friday morning. But what I am actually going to do is the Avis at the airport is 24 hours. And they charge me another $50 to return the card to the airport, which is ridiculous, but whatever. So what I'm actually planning on doing is I'm going to come out here Thursday night also, so I'm not going to book a hotel because I figure the money I'm going to spend on sending the car back to the airport, I'm going to save by not booking a hotel room. So I'm going to check out of my Airbnb on Thursday afternoon, come down here Thursday night, 3 or 4 a.m. I will then just say goodbye, sign off, and then I'll drive directly to the airport, drop off the car, and then get on that bloody plane. Now that is going to be a very, very long night for yours truly, but it does mean that I don't have to book another hotel room, and I can just go straight out from there. So I think I'll give you guys another night, but that night won't be too late. And I don't have to book a bloody hotel room, so that's good. As well, I always appreciate you guys help me out with contacts and stuff also, so if you guys find anyone who you think I should interview, I find it a lot easier if you guys can be like, this is the email or this is their contact details, rather than, oh, there's someone named John Smith you should email. Like that's more difficult. But yeah, let me know. It'll kick off Thursday as I'm driving away. Yeah, absolutely it will. Willie, what happens if the IDF want to rid the south of Hamas? Where will the displaced go? This is going to be a question, I guess, down the line. I don't have an answer for you, sorry, but yeah, as we know, the north has been, really hammered very, very hard by bombing for now a month straight. And we have a lot of people displaced into the south of Gaza. As we see a large strike then. Let's wait for the bang. Have you had it? Maybe that was it before. And we do know that the IDF want to clear the south as well of Hamas, and we know that there are tunnel systems down in the south as well. Where will those displaced go? Well, we're not sure. We're not sure if there's going to be some humanitarian setup, maybe in Egypt, but potentially because once the north is completely cleared, then they'll be able to set up humanitarian stuff in the north and move those back into the north as well as people from the south. That's going to be a mess either way. It's going to be an absolute mess either way. Gaza is the most heavily densely populated area in the world. So we're not sure how it's going to go, but we do know IDF, they're saying that they want to completely clear Gaza of Hamas, as though they're going to have to do the Southern tunnels there too. GMA Daniels, thank you, brother. You think that Hezbollah are stupid enough to try and use missiles on US ships as they're threatened? I don't know. I'd like to say they're not stupid enough to use them on US ships, but we don't know. It wouldn't end well. Hi, Shill Bill, how are you? Did I get a SIM card? No, I didn't. I know, I completely forgot. I was driving here and I was like, oh, that's what I forgot. But it's all good. If the conflict escalates and broadens in absence, would that make your return much harder to make that happen? Yeah. If it broadens, I think, any much more than this. Oh, we're seeing some trace set on the right. If it does broaden, especially if the north opens, I do believe that then the Ben Gurion airport in Tel Aviv will close, especially if Hezbollah are involved. But that would make it very, very hard for me to return. There are ways in through Jordan and stuff, but that would be hard. People asking for interviews, it is almost impossible to interview soldiers here. That's why you're seeing very limited of it. They're not meant to speak to media without going through the correct channels, and the correct channels deny it anyway. So yeah, full-time soldiers are not meant to talk to media. I have talked to a few Macarthur tank commanders offline, and I share that information in some of my other videos about what they've told me or whatever. But as far as interviews, sadly not. Especially with full-time guys, is almost impossible. Nice to have you here, Johnny. Thank you, mate. So there are 2 more interviews coming. I'm trying to get a third. It's not working very well for me. But we'll see, I guess. get Trey to interview. A lot of people saying get Trey to interview me or me to interview Trey. We're both very busy guys. I'm sure Trey would love to be interviewed or whatever, but he's insanely busy, and I don't want to interrupt him. Sneak into Gaza. People have been watching too many movies. Too many people who say that do not understand how good of monitoring equipment and Overwatch position equipment actually is. It would be impossible. And even the big media, that have gone into Gaza are highly restricted on what they can do. They go in a few kilometres, they stay in only a few hours, they come out, all their footage is moved, looked over, most of it is scrapped, most of it's thrown out, highly controlled on that also. And there's only been massive giga media actually be allowed in. So, yeah, maybe that will change, but for those being sneak into Gaza, you sneak into Gaza, put your flippers on. How monitored is the coastline of Gaza? Unbelievably. Trey's Giga Media. Yes, Fox News. Fox News is the biggest media out here. But I do think that this could get really quiet next couple of days. I just feel like, from what I'm hearing from multiple other sources, that it will just sort of die down for a bit as the air raids do stop. Because, you know, as the ground operation starts, the air is going to go into more limited strikes in support of the offensive on the ground. And there is very, very little media actually still out here. I turned the corner here thinking everyone's going to be here, and it's just me. Currently, I'm alone on this side. I'm going to go to the other side and see if there's any other media here, and then we'll see. Could I interview an Al Jazeera reporter? No, Al Jazeera is not here anymore, I don't believe. I could potentially interview... Reporters interviewing reporters isn't really a thing, but I do want to speak to some Palestinians, and I do, want to see what I can get from there as well. But, I would love to speak to a Hamas fighter in captivity at the moment here, but that's not going to happen. Hansi947 says, is the light directly in front of you the hospital, or is it something else that you know of? I believe the hospital. Trust me, yeah, everyone is being watched. The amount of surveillance down here is insane. Like, for instance, guys, let me tell you this. How many people live in Kabul? Let me tell you. Google, what's the population of Kabul? It's about 4 million? 4.95 million. Right, so let's just say 5 million people. It doesn't have high rises, and it's got some taller buildings, but it's a sprawling city, so it's very large. We had basically every square inch of Kabul monitored. Through the PTID system, we could basically view anywhere. under thermal, under sensors, under whatever. This is why I'm so fucking suspicious of what actually fucking happened on the 7th, last 7th, of how did you not see this? Because we could pull up, basically, off the camera systems, any square inch of Kabul, and see people laying mines, see our own troops, see, at one point, the Polish doing a raid into a house, all this shit. And that's why I'm like, hang on, that's a massive area. How is none of this seen in a incredibly heavily monitored area? But that's just my bit. So yeah, if you don't think that I haven't been watched by thermals and shit here, you're kidding yourself. Same as like before, and I got before a couple of weeks back, I got on that roof, and the snipers were like, "There's a guy on the roof," like straight away. Yes, we will be going on a car ride soon. Do you think that they just became complacent and too trustworthy of what security they have? I think that buys into it. Like, definitely there was a lot of complacency, and that's why that happened. But I don't know. I'm still like, what actually happened? Was a system turned off? I don't know, because a lot of those systems pick things up automatically. Like, one of the bases overseas literally had like automatic pickup of people movement, like some high-end machine gun systems. You're like, how? I do not get how it works. Oh, so GMA Daniels, thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. And thank you for your story. They had a holiday, but that holiday is on every Friday. So it's I don't know. But as well, everyone I speak to when I ask this, they say the question is not for now. That's a question for once we win. But there will be some senior people somewhere with a fucking please explain. And the civilians should be asking that. Every Israeli citizen should be asking, what happened? Israel has very high taxes. A lot of money goes into defense systems here. A shitload of money goes into it. And it was as if the wall and the systems should not have been built. Like, bulldozers went through the wall, paraglider things came over with no real problem. Motorbikes riding through. What happened? Like, on billion upon billions of dollars per year over decades, hundreds of billions of dollars, and these guys were able to, with random cat bulldozers and some paragliders with a motorbike engine, come across. Like, there needs to be some bloody questions asked. Like, and like, for instance, guys, I come at you with this as the way I look at it is like, I'm not conspiratorial about this, but it's sus. But my experience was I was on a small camp in Afghanistan. Now, the area I was not considered a base. It was too small. It was a camp. I believe it was 100 metres by 50 metres or something. Little HESCO wall. HESCO wall, like those giant sandbag things. That's HESCO barrier. You see a big square full of dirt, basically, with like the mesh around them. That's HESCO. And we had guard towers at every corner. And then we had other thermal and other monitoring equipment. We'd pick up incoming, would see people, and all of that was monitored the full time. There was a person on each corner of the base, sometimes one down the middle wall as well, depending on the rotation, because at that point, I can tell you this now, we actually had fake guard towers as well, just for show. But it was still monitored, but then there was other monitoring equipment, very high-end monitoring equipment. I just don't get, like, we would have seen that coming. I don't get it. And I think it is a fair enough question.
Because the question in that leaves that almost 1,500 people lost their lives because of that. And I think it is a reasonable question to ask because now the bombing campaign that's now happened for a month here is still somewhat, or not somewhat, it is directly because of that also. That if that attack was to have been stopped like it should have been, well then this further campaign would, it's all butterfly effect if that makes sense. And if it is complacency of guards, if Hamas and Iran have seen that the guards were getting complacent or the cameras were switched off or whatever, or communications were easy to take out, it's a butterfly effect. Next thing, over 2 years, we build up all these 10,000, 20,000 rockets. We get these paragliders, we do this, we do that. Next thing, this happens. Next thing, we've got 10,000 people with a shitload of children dead in Gaza. And then, where does the butterfly and actually go from there? So, I think they're reasonable questions to be asked. I think they need to be asked, and I think it needs to be explained actually to the world too. Thoughts on the Iron Dome failure? Look, I've only seen one video of the Iron Dome failure, and the Iron Dome system is unbelievably effective and very, very reliable. But any of these systems can fail. I think people would be shocked how often military systems actually fail. But yeah, the air defence systems do just fail. And the Iron Dome has a very, very great track record, incredible track record. Hugs from Germany. Thank you, Elchin, sorry. You're very good at reporting this matter. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, thank you. I'm just speaking my mind, guys, and that's, I'm happy to. The big thing is, I'm more than happy to be wrong on something, but from my experience with these systems, I don't get it. I do not get it. Yeah. Seven Calderwood for the munchies. Thank you, Steve-O. Greetings from Chile, Willy. Hey, Carolina Fernandez. Thank you. The thing is, I want to hear your perspective on things because, a lot of my followers correct me on things and have changed my mind. So yeah, let me know your perspective on what actually happened. In a month from today, we can talk about what happened a month ago. Yeah. So American bases in Syria are being hit again. I know I would be pissed if I lost a loved one. If Australia had a system like this, and my taxes, let me roll this back. If I lived in Israel, let's say I'm a resident here, and all men have to do 3 years mandatory service, and we have high taxes because we fund billions upon billions into military, defence startups, private, all this shit, all this. And then people are allowed to just walk across the border or swim across the border or fly across easily, like no worries about it, and take a long time to get under control. I would be fucking livid, and the questions need to be asked and need to explain to the wider world of how that was actually able to happen. Australians need to defend themselves from Kiwis. Yeah, absolutely. Now that would be the friendliest invasion ever if the Kiwis came to the Aussies. Wait, have I seen the fox? The fuck? Oh, that's a cat. If the Kiwis or Aussies went one way or the other, we'd just be chilling. Imagine that. All the soldiers would be like, I ain't fighting. Like, the Australian and the New Zealand government could be like, we're invading each other. And all the soldiers and diggers would rock up, just be like, sup? Hey, bro. Just hang out. I tell you, you're in a shit talk fest. That is a shit talk fest. When the Kiwis and the diggers get together out in the field, it's just fucking hammering shit. It's awesome. Talk about rugby. What? Chips fishing adventures. Could have this been plans Israel could invade Gaza and claim Palestine for their own? I think it's a good chance. I don't know, Chips. I don't think so. Like, I don't really buy that because I don't see what it benefits Israel to claim that area as their own. They handed it back. But there are questions around, to then eliminate Hamas. We need an event to happen. That's getting into the tinfoil hat stuff, but at the end of the day, every conspiracy needs an underlining sort of element that fits the criteria of how large a conspiracy is. And, yeah. People stop with this. And it's worth asking the question. I'm not saying that's what happened, but it needs to be asked how the defence was so low on that day. Had Kiwis fighting the ship at night. Very, very nice, thanks, mate. It's 38 in Adelaide on Friday and 27, 28 over the weekend. Ooh, nice. Well, I'm landing on Saturday evening. Just food for thought. Thanks, Chips. No, I appreciate it. I like people's input on how they see it. We all see things uniquely from our unique perspective and life experiences, so, yeah. Right, there you go. Ugh. I'm going to go for a little walk over the other side, guys, and see if my other spot has actually become available or not, and maybe then we will go for a little drive together, hey? I'm just going to take off my microphone for a second. Bit longer, guys. There's like 4 car parks, and I need one of them, but a lot of the journos cars, they just park literally directly across the parks. There's 1 car in 3 parks, so we'll wait just a little squidge and then we will go across there and see what we can actually then do. There's the chat behaving themselves, they themselves. Srusa54, thank you very much. Thanks for doing this for all. No, Srusa, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Cheers. We've had some big donations tonight, guys. You do not need to donate. The big reason we wanted donations at the beginning was to cover the costs of the trip and the extension, because we extended 2 weeks. That was, the reason. Now, guys, don't, it's in profit. It doesn't matter. You gave me a free trip, the free experience to bring you guys free content. So I see that as an equal exchange. It was, you and I did an equal exchange. I give you this, I give you the video, the stream, the blah, blah, blah. And in turn, you hand back me the ability to do it. That is the great thing about crowdfunding. Is no single person wears any huge cost. Neither me or you or whatever. So you guys, thank you very much. Don't do it. Anyway, we always behave ourselves, really, except when you're not here. Yeah, every time I go on the car ride, you guys just go off, eh? It is the PMC's first deployment. That is true. And when I get home, I'm still going to do some live streams. I'm not going to stream the wedding because it's not my wedding. I think that'd be rude. But otherwise, we are going to set up some other sort of live stream. But we do have some snacks tonight. I do have some, whatever the cheap Red Bullies. I bought like the off-brand Red Bull. Oh, I'm sitting in the bloody fumes of my car. I'm going to get upwind a little bit. Oh, fucking Jesus. Going through the desert out here. I'm sitting next to what looks like a giant butt plug. Do you guys want to see the giant butt plug? I'll show you it. Wait. You cannot tell me that this isn't a Hamas-sized butt plug. You cannot tell me. This is the tree line I'm sitting in, by the way. I like, because the top's off the butt plug, because there's no top on it. If you are sitting on it, it looks like it's halfway up your ass. I saw that the day by someone else, and I was giggling across the yard at them. Tamara, thanks for all the themes. You risked your life being disabled, and listening to your shows really cheers me up. Felt like I found actual real news. Stay safe. Thank you, Tamara. I really appreciate. I love that you loved it. So thank you, Tamara, and we will have more lives. Yeah, this is actually my small toy that I've got here, guys. Missed donation, damn it. Daniel Wright at 555, the big trip 5. Oh, just take my money, you beautiful man, whore you. Okay, sure. Okay. I feel like the chat could just get out of control tonight. If it gets too quiet and I've got too much caffeine. Stream is spice today. It is. Do you think that Iran is getting involved? I believe Iran is already involved. I think, you know. See, this is the question of what is involved. At what point? At what point is a country involved or not? Is the US involved in Ukraine? Is Iran involved in Ukraine? You know, Iran is supplying Russia with support. We're supplying Ukraine with support. How are we? At what point does a country get involved, or is it just involved when there are physical boots on the ground? And so I guess you got to put your own scale on that. But I would say that the US is involved here, and I would also say that Iran is involved here. Now, Iranian weapons. You know, we know that they've helped with tactics. All of this, especially Hezbollah. So. The way I did a really good interview, guys. You should watch it. A few videos back with a female colonel who spoke about Hezbollah. She's a professional in the north. Spoke in length about that Hezbollah is a direct proxy of Iran, and then Hamas is like a contractor of Hezbollah. From there, it's really interesting how that then lines up through there. Alex says, "What do you make of the advisor to Ukraine getting killed on his birthday? By what's supposed to be a gag gift grenade. Stories in the garden." Yeah, brother, I have seen that. It's fucking sus. It's like, oh, there was a grenade given as a gift and it blew up. It's very suspicious, brother. Very, very suspicious. Medallion 105 says, are we still in the 50 mil fund? Thanks for the stream. Yeah, of course we are. That's where we settle, boys, is 50 mil, and the channel gets deleted, eh? Ray Powell update. Mega Willie, thank you. One is defense of a nation under attack, but Iran is directing attacks. Yeah, I guess, but it's okay. If a country's directing attacks, where does that then fall with the US, the UK, and Ukraine? Like, if you don't think that the US and UK aren't, like, the P-8 Poseidons in the air, electronic warfare and surveillance planes, and drones in the Black Sea, in international airspace, they're not just there for shits and gigs. They're directing attacks as well as satellites, all this. So, yeah, how do you think so many of that has happened? So, I think there's countries involved via sort of backwards needs, if that makes, or backwards means. Rabbit, oh, thank you. People will love that. What time did you get to sleep this morning? Well, I did not get to sleep early. I think, well, the sun was up when I got into bed, and then I struggled to get to sleep because the sun was up. But around 6:30 or 7 a.m. I think I actually got to sleep. I got lost on the drive home. The normal way I take home, there was a roadblock. I do not know why, because it's well away from the border. Maybe I'm moving some equipment or roadworks or something, because it was open today. But yeah, it took me a long time because I had to backtrack and then find another way, and I ran to another roadblock and whatever. So I got home late, and then I realised I had to offload some stuff off memory cards, but that's all right. Zaki says, were you located tonight, Willie? Any action? Not really. There's Humvees moving in front of us, and we have seen some distant strikes, but it has been all pretty quiet tonight. I have friends from the other media being like, we're not coming down tonight. It's been too quiet. Can I have your opinion on the war theatre into the next 4 months? Russia and Ukraine, the Middle East, Turkey, Iran, US-Palestine. Brother, look, Michael, I couldn't tell you, mate, of how this is actually going to look in 4 months. I think Russia-Ukraine in the next 4 months is going to change very little. I really think that if the last 4 months and the 4 months prior, and even the 4 months prior to that, were anything to really go by, of course, past results will not predict the future, but it's like investing. But I don't believe that we're going to see too much change there. I think that war, at least current state, we're rolling into winter. The weather's gone to shit. Tank around to the right. Did you guys see that on the stream? You're going to hear it. You guys saw it? Anyway, yeah, Russia, Ukraine, I don't believe that's going to change much at all. It's been stagnant, basically stagnant, bar a few smaller towns for months and months and months now, and the weather there is going to really inhibit any large armoured movements. Anyway, this war, this is a completely different kettle of fish. We don't know how successful the IDF operations are going to be within the city. We do know that urban environments, there's open conventional warfare. The conventional force has a lot higher chances of winning, but urban, underground, unconventional, asymmetrical warfare, well, your urban guerrilla, unconventional soldiers, they can win that asymmetrical warfare. So it's very, very different. As well as if we do have an opening of the north, that changes the whole picture of the entire Middle East. But I also spoke to a guy who gave me the opinion. He was like, yeah, but he said, I think America is sick of involvement in the Middle East. We gave the best part of 30 years into the Middle East. He said it would be very, very difficult to sort of convince another Middle Eastern conflict that America is directly involved in. But how it would look if the North opened, Iran, we don't know. So that's just all speculation. But I think this one I couldn't predict 4 months in the future. But the Russia-Ukraine, I don't think we'll see too much of a change in the next 4 months. I think maybe Avdiivka will fall to the Russians, maybe not. We will just see. Just going to quickly get more water. But this war and the Russia-Ukraine war is they're very different beasts. But what we should have done is in 2021, that is when, oh yeah, shit, the ISO was very low, sorry. 2020, 2021 is when we should have all invested in Lockheed Martin and General Dynamics. We would have been rich, boys. We would have been getting them sweet dividend payouts, the sweet cap gains, but none of us can predict the future, eh? Someone asks, do you think that Biden's apparent weakness has added to the instability? I don't think that is the... I don't think it's the Biden's weakness. I think it's more... if it was anyone other than Trump, this would have happened. Like, people will directly blame Biden, but I do believe if Trump was in power, it would have just delayed maybe not this, but it would have probably delayed Russia-Ukraine another 4 years because, Putin and Trump, fucking, and Trump was unpredictable with what the reaction would actually be. So I don't believe that it was directly just because it was specifically Biden. I think if it was any other candidate than Trump, then it would have happened. And if Trump got in the 2022 election or 21 election, then it would have just delayed it another 4 years. But I think it was probably inevitable anyway. I don't know how the Americans will feel about that, but I think it was more because I think if who was the other guy that was running? But yeah, I think that is probably more of that. What about Putin and Trump? What do you mean there? Well, Putin and Trump had a relationship. And I think that Putin would have just waited another 4 years for that then to happen. That's what I mean. And I think Putin knows that Trump would have had a lot more. Well, I think Putin believed, like I think a lot of us believe, that if Putin made that move while Trump was in power, the reaction would have been vastly different. And I'm not saying the relationship is a bad thing to happen. No, I'm not saying the relationship is a bad thing to happen either. A bad thing to have. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying, it's that's my opinion. Is I just think if Trump was in, it would have been delayed, but I think it was inevitable that it was going to happen. And maybe it happened the wrong way. Maybe it would have been far better for Putin if Trump was in. The thing is, it's more because people go, well, Trump would have handed over Ukraine in a day, potentially, or Trump would have gone flat in Moscow. The unpredictability, I think, is more why that was left. I could be incorrect. Mountain Scrub says, just stop, you have no clue of US politics. US is actually meant to be in capitals, so you said us politics. Oh, if it was Hillary, it would have been far worse. Like Fix Pacifica says, no one knows what Trump would have done. Exactly. Ooh, we hear that going over the top then. Scotty H says, Daisy and I are checking in for our next 8 hours. Got to get our daily fix. Stay safe. Thank you, mate. Scotty and Daisy. Thank you. Willie was asked for his opinion. He gave it. What are your problem with that? Because you're not allowed to have varying opinions anymore, mate. If you have opinion poorly, away from anyone else's belief of their new religion, as religion dies out, left and right politics has taken up over it. If you had any other view separately from that or opinion, you are suddenly wrong on every behalf. Yeah, cancel Willie. Do it. Cloud has it perfectly. Trump was unpredictable, and unpredictable is bad for enemy. Exactly. If you guys all voted for the flying spaghetti monster, you would have been alright. But the real question is, guys, what would have Kanye done? That's the real question. Yeah, outrage culture, like outrage cancel culture is the most cringe thing, dude. And I like how, like, people take a moral high ground of, like, my side doesn't outrage and cancel. You're like, yeah, you do. Both sides are just as cringe as itself when it comes to that. Keith says, what does Rock up to? Oh, bro, the chat's going wild. Keithy, bro, it's been a quiet night, quieter night actually. It hasn't been that bad, and chat's going off. Don't feed the trolls. No, feed the trolls. Feed the trolls. Feed them. Someone did ask. Yeah, I do have some chips in the bag. I do have a couple of chippies a little bit later on. Steven Seagal for president. Bro, Steven Seagal is my favourite human being in the world. He's not even meant to be a comedian, and he has given me hours upon hours of amazing laughs. I think it's Tom Segura, the comedian Tom Segura, does a piece on Steven Seagal. And I was like, I didn't believe Tom. I was like, bullshit. Like, there's no way this is true. And when looked up the stuff he said, and yeah, it's true. Oh, that's incoming. We have incoming out to the left. I don't believe on our position. Wait out. Put the helmet on there. Right, well, it would have hit us by now if that was on us. So we have had... Can someone count those? Six? No alarms. So a few of them looked like they went straight vertical though. That's the problem. If they look like they're moving left or right, you can sort of tell whether they're going Ashkelon, Ashdod. But if they come straight up, that can go towards you. So thank God for the strikes. It got us out of the... Hopefully it got us out of the toxic chat. I don't think it would have though. What? Mr. Long, hey Mr. Long. I'm Mr. Short, thank you. It is unbelievable that Hamas, you can hear the Iron Dome engaging. Those faint thuds in the background, there. That. Those are the sounds of the Iron Dome engaging. So what I was saying was, it's unbelievable they're still able to get out those rockets. It is. After a month now of constant bombing, that Hamas is still able to launch those rockets. Somehow, you know, very similar times every night too. The Oracle of Whimsy says, do you feel safe? Yeah, safe enough, dude. I'd like to be over near the bunker, but that's all right. It's too busy there. We won't get a good shot. But it is wild. Like I said, they're still managing to get out those rockets. Those rockets are still having an effect, even if they're just the effect of economic. I forgot the exact cost of the Iron Dome, and some people throw around different figures, but I think it's around $40,000-$50,000 per missile. And the ones they're firing out, I think they can build for about 500. So there's that as well, and the idea of just making people think that they're not safe. It just has this constant flow, I guess, into Israel, that it's like there's still missiles coming, there's still people running to bunkers. Like, I was at the fuel station just before, and the alarm went off and we all had to run into the bunker. Jason gave 69 cents and said we're 69 cents towards closer to the 50 mil. Thank you, Jaso. Hassan Ingram, Stay Fund. Don't start the Stay Fund, guys. We're leaving on Friday. Thank you, Sean. I love you too. Why no alerts on those before? And can the position be tracked by trajectory? Yeah. The systems can pick up trajectory pretty quickly and track where they're actually heading for. So there was an alert here because they're not for here, and it will alert further out. Someone says UK has no bunkers. I reckon the UK would still have a lot of bunkers left over from the Second World War. Probably not accessible, but you'd still have some. That said, it is a lot easier to build bunkers in Israel than it would be a country like the UK or whatever, because the specifications of the bunker here is significantly less to protect people than the specifications of a bunker against a near-peer enemy. Like, when I say this kindergarten is a bunker, it's foot-thick concrete standing building with some laminated windows, and that protects against these missiles. If a proper missile or bomb dropped on that, it would be flattened. Like, so very, very different. Very different specifications of what the UK would need to protect against, potential enemies than what Israel needs in the south against Gaza. And as well, I spoke to a guy last night who was like, the north is a completely different thing. Down here, we're dealing with basically homemade rockets. Basically, in the north, depending on the Iranian munitions, these are proper missiles that would flatten whole blocks. That these bunkers would do nothing. You're talking what you'd need is a 10 metre, 20 metre deep in dirt bunker. Paulie Kopu says, I love you, mate. It's going to hurt me when you're gone. You're effing crazy. I'll rewatch all your videos and watch all these damn commercials and keep hitting like, you effing legend. Thank you, Paulie, brother. I appreciate that, mate. Remember, bunkers will do a lot. Like, anything below ground will do a lot for artillery. Like, a lot. But I think people underestimate how deadly modern munitions actually are. Like, how much different a shell from 80, 100 years ago is from a shell of today. The range, the lethality, very different. But I am also... I am also not against, countries putting a bit more effort into some things like that. Like, the odds of Australia being attacked are pretty low. But the amount of money we waste on all this other bullshit, I'm like, well, I wouldn't be against it if they're like, we're spending $100 million on making a couple of bunkers. I wouldn't be against it. Not that I'm going to be allowed down the bunker. It's going to be officials only, but still. Switzerland has it pretty right with a lot of that. Yeah, I'm buying my own Iron Dome system. If you do enough donations, I'm buying my own Iron Dome system, and then New Year's fireworks are going to be Willy's Iron Dome. It's a pity that the most marvellous machines in the world are used for war. That is a pity. It's a pity that the most technologically advanced, beautiful machines built are used as death machines. Look at the B-2, the SR-71, the F-22, even down to like watching the Iron Dome in action, all these sort of things. It's like, it's a pity that has to be built to kill someone else, but it's pretty awesome stuff. That was big. Shooting Putin goes, they'll retire the F-22 very soon. Too expensive to maintain. Have lost some of its tech advantage to the F-35. Yeah, exactly. The F-22 is the last of a dying breed of that air superiority fighter. Sadly. But, Jesus. But, still going. Right. You guys probably don't get the full effect of it, but the audio, the sound when it travels past you, you sort of feel it move towards you and past you, and then you can hear it reverberating off all the buildings in the city behind me for like a good 10 seconds. It's actually crazy. Hassan's his personal Iron Dome fund for the next visit. Thank you. We're €2 closer to having our own Iron Dome. But they are large hits again. Potentially trying to break through those into the ground to get those bunkers. So we are having a lot of large hits actually from what was meant to be a very quiet night. Master WS, thank you. You need council approval in Adelaide for an Iron Dome installation. Well, technically, in Adelaide, because we're such pussies, you're meant to get council approval to have a little outdoor fire, like a little fire pit in your garden at a barbecue. You're meant to have permission for that. So I think we might need a council approval for an Iron Dome system. But if I buy my own Iron Dome system, then someone else needs to build some rockets to fire at my house. So I'll have to dox myself and give you my address to shoot some rockets at me. But if you're new in the chat, go back about 3 or 4 minutes, and we did have a very large flash. It went like white here for a second, and then we had a lot of the both shockwave and the sound move through. And the weirdest thing, guys, the weirdest thing about large explosions like this, so I heard people talking, I was like, what's going on about? The weirdest thing about that is because shockwaves move faster than the speed of sound. So you sort of feel the shockwave move. This is going to sound stupid, but you feel the shockwave move, and you hear then the trees and things around you and the tin or corrugated iron and stuff rattle from the shockwave moving through, and then you feel the sound come through too. That sounds stupid, but it's very true. But I think those are some of the biggest hits we've had actually since we've been here. But yeah, the shockwave does move faster than the sound. And you get the sound of the shockwave impacting things before the sound gets to you. Okay, this is going to sound really stupid, but imagine the shockwave's moving towards me. It's moving the leaves and everything in front of me, and then it moves past me, but the sound of those leaves and everything moving, I get that too. So it sounds like you can hear the sound coming at you. That sounds so stupid, but yeah, it's the only way I can explain it. As we have more big bangs. Yeah, I think Wimps. That's hard to pronounce, bro. Wimps84 says you can hear it in the Beirut explosion video. Yeah, that's a really great example of the Beirut explosion video. Watch that because it's like a good example of that movement. You see the shockwave go out, you see the windows and everything smash, and then you hear it. Is that tank fire? I'm unsure. It could be. We did see a tank fire just over to our right before. So potentially could be that. TJ Willie says, how's the action time? There's actually been a fair bit, dude. If you go back to an hour and a half, I think people are saying, you will see some action. Beirut, world's biggest conventional explosion. Am I correct in saying Beirut was the biggest non-nuclear explosion ever? I could be wrong on that, but... Halifax is bigger? Was that the... Maybe saying Halifax. Was Halifax Australia? Halifax. Because I think Australia blew up a bomb under the bloody earth in France too. Oh, ammo shit. Oh, yes. No, you are correct. I didn't think of that one. Either way, we don't want to get caught in a dick measuring context. It's both insanely scary. Anthony, as I said, but Antho. Robert says, appreciate what you do, Willy. Great coverage. Thank you, brother. But the one thing about the Beirut explosion was the amount of footage of it is insane. Off smartphones, I reckon the craziest video, and I hope they survived. I think they did. Probably had severe injuries though. Is the guys on the jet skis, because they're on the jet skis, see it because of course light moves the fastest, and then they get knocked off the jet skis into the water. That's crazy. But you need to remember, guys, that humans are basically just a big sack of blood and organ. Like, we're just soft tissue. That shockwave moves through you like that too. It all moves through that and affects everything in you. Where that it's referred to as barotrauma. Barotrauma is horrific for your organs and stuff. That's where you get when a bullet passes through you, you get the what do they call it again? We can like open up everything around it. It's horrific stuff. Cavitation. Yeah, sorry, cavitation. That's what I was looking for. It's, yeah, horrible, horrible shit. Egregious blunder says, morning Willie, just made it on. Well, egregious blunder, go back 10-15 minutes and you'll see a very large bang. One of the biggest ones we've actually seen. Also, guys, yeah, we have 2.1 in the chat, 1,400 likes. Hit the like button, help us out. How far back that big explosion was? Well, upcoming Chris, you'll be able to go back, count the seconds, and you'll be able to work out how far it actually was away from that. For the piss count. Oh, fuck. I saw a message on a bloody... Every time I close and open my phone, it goes back to top messages only, which like the AI picks up on the messages. As we have... That looks like a man truck. Not sure what that one is. Like a flatbed, like the MAN trucks. Forest Monarch, g'day Willie. Thank you for all you do. Your feed and commentary are brilliant. Thank you, brother. It actually has surprised me when the West, like the Australian Army, got MAN trucks in and didn't, have to rebadge them to they/them trucks. Cancel Willie. For those wondering, MAN truck is actually a brand, like MAN. What's for dinner last night? What's for dinner tonight, Willie? Did you get enough rest today? Last night was wild. Last night did get a bit wild. Dinner tonight. I actually had a burger for dinner tonight, guys. I ate it when I was driving in the car. But I do have a Mars bar for later on. So that is my food tonight. Well, that's not PC, bro. You're on the wrong channel if you want PC. We take the piss out of everything here. Willie, following you from Holland. Man, you're doing a great job. Every night there. Thank you, Johnny K. Mate, thank you from Holland. Axel is trying to hide that he unsubbed and is resubscribing, saying YouTube keeps unsubscribing me. No, I believe you, Axel, but thank you, bro. No, it was actually Burger King. So, we call it Hungry Jack's in Australia. It wasn't actually bad. It had a chicken French something chicken burger. It was actually pretty good. It tasted a bit like it had salad dressing on a chicken burger, but it was actually not bad. No, it wasn't chicken Caesar. It was French. What's the salad dressing that's French something? It was named after that. They opened Burger King in Australia alongside Hungry Jack's and it failed. But isn't it the same brand? I don't know. This is Willie. Thanks for changing my vocab. I've been saying mate, blot, and fuck off a lot. Hell yeah, bro. French dressing. Nah, French... No, I don't know what it was then. I don't know. Stephanie Madrid, thank you for the PayPal, has said, my wife calls you my boyfriend because I'm so addicted to your channel. Thanks for the great coverage from sunny Goodyear, Arizona. Stephanie Hartman. Thank you, Steph. Well, looks like we have a new boyfriend, Steph. I am cutting your grass. I am getting in on that. Getting in on some action. Teresa, do the Australians get a kick out of American political bullshit? I think the whole world gets a kick out of that, guys. The whole world get a kick out of your political bullshit, but is slightly concerned too, because the whole world's like, what the fuck's going on? But then we're like, hang on, that's the leading country. We're like, uh-oh. Like, ruh-oh, Scoob. We're in trouble. Gordon says, I want you to cut my grass. Yeah, all the girls are just offering up their boyfriends to Willie. Hell yeah. But I have thought about it more, guys. I have thought about in the car ride here. I was thinking I could just buy one of those little shitty Honda motorbikes and travel on that live stream and just be with you guys riding through some country somewhere. I don't know. I think that'd be fun. Yeah, someone brings out a good point. Every country has political bullshit. Like, trust me, Australia's political bullshit is just as stupid as the Americans, but it doesn't have the same reach. Like, Australia's only got 26 million people, no nuclear weapons. Most countries are in similar boats to that, where America's reach is further than any other countries in the world by 10. And we're like, guys, can you stop? Like, can we get someone competent in the house, please? It's funny to think that Texas and California have a larger population and GDP than Australia. I think that's correct. I think if you go the top 10 GDPs in the world, America, of course America's number one, but I think America has at least 2 states in the top 10. Willie, I recall you were suffering from voice issues a while back and had to visit the doctor. How is the voice holding up? You sound great, by the way. Yeah, thank you, Cody. Cody, I really appreciate that, bro. But yeah, as you guys know, I had a vocal... It's either plyop or polyop. I think it's plyop. But it's basically like bursting a vocal cord. I got that angry in my office once at YouTube that I burst a vocal cord. And it was bleeding and made like a bubble in my vocal cords. Polyop? Okay. Polyp, whatever it is. And I had to have a surgery on it, and the surgeon actually did say, he's like, look, mate, it is tedious, and you've left it. I think I left it about 3 months. So, I went to America twice, and I did all this other stuff on my voice being wrecked. I thought it would just come better. Like, I was drinking cups of tea, being like, oh, this will improve my bleeding voice. And it was agony. If you go to one of my videos, it was an hour long. By an hour in, I can barely speak. Like, I'm like, and I saw the surgeon. He's like, yeah, when you do the surgery, it does come with some risk. And I'm like, well, that sucks, because I sort of make my living off this voice, this beautiful, rhythmic, sexy voice. No, but it was a bit concerning. And then I couldn't speak for a full week. Like, I had to be silent for a week. And Lily and I had a holiday on, literally the day or two after. It might have been the day after my surgery, because it was like not emergency surgery, but like he got me in the next. Like, I saw the doctor on Friday, and he had me in surgery Monday. And Lily and I had our yearly holiday that Tuesday. It was, I think it was 2 weeks or 10-day holiday. And for the first 6 or 7 days, I didn't say a single word. I was just in dead silence. Lily had to sit there just like, didn't know what to do. So she just spoke a heap, because she said, I felt like I needed to fill the silence. We'd just sit at dinner together and just stare at each other. Or like Lil would forget that I can't speak, and the waiter or waitress would come up and be like, excuse me, sir, do you want a whatever? And I'll just be sitting there in silence until Lily noticed. But yeah, it is. He's done a brilliant job. It still feels weaker than it used to. Like, I'm still not super confident to yell on it, but he's done a fantastic job. It was difficult for me, dude. I love talking, and I had to be in silence. All my mates were taking the piss out of me, being like, there's no way you can do this. Never a reason to yell, my brother. There's plenty of reasons to yell. I never got brisket when I was in Texas. No, I should have. Bring back the lumberjack beard, Willie. Bro, the beard is pretty long at the moment. If you've seen me when I got on camera last night, the beard has... I haven't shaven the beard for at least a month. So it is actually getting long. What did you do if you had to sneeze? Bro, I just had to sneeze in custody because of the operation and like the anesthetic. Whatever shit they gave me, I just kept sneezing. I couldn't stop. You need a ZZ Top beard. Bro, I wasn't too far off a ZZ Top beard at one point. Who's your favourite comedian? I'm going to ask this a little bit. At the moment, it's Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis, I think, is the funniest man alive right now. Shane Gillis followed me on Instagram the other day, which was fucking wild. But I think my overall favourite... And my favourite doesn't mean funniest, if that makes sense. Someone I like for, like, worldview, intelligence, whatever. I love Jimmy Carr. And a lot of people take the piss out of me for that. I'm not going to lie, it's pretty wild sitting 6,000 miles away talking shit with someone who's taking the piss out of something, then 1 second ducking from incoming rockets to the next. Truly wild time to live in. Yeah, fatal paper cut. It is truly wild. Bill Burr is probably my second favourite comedian. I just love Bill Burr's like angry dad. I've never heard, like, you know how you have like you know how someone will like a rare L for someone? I don't think I've ever heard Bill Burr take an L. Bill Burr is so fucking funny. And he's spot on with so many things. My favourite single bit from Bill Burr is when he's talking about rollerblades, and Rogan is like, I never had rollerblades, and he goes, you don't have the body type for it, your knuckles are drag on the ground. And it was so quick and so fucking perfect to sum up Rogan, like Rogan 100% as just a gorilla. It's amazing. Artillery's definitely picking up. My friends who are saying it's quiet, I don't know what they're listening to. Have you ever been to North Carolina? No, I haven't been, but I'd like to. Bill Burr talking about WNBA is hysterical. Yeah, that is funny, because he's like, it's not us who failed them, it's you who failed them. It's a great take. This is the thing about comedians, dudes. Comedians are incredibly intelligent people. Like, the idea of like a dumb comedian is not true. Like, they, you know, see things, break it down, and then basically spill it back out. Like really good comedians. Jim Jeffries, back in the day, Jim Jeffries had some hilarious bits. Like, some of my favourite 10-minute snippets are Jim Jeffries back in the day. But now I can't handle it. Eddie Murphy, the barbecue, that's great. What do you think about the Iron Dome? I think the Iron Dome has saved my life at least once or twice. And I think many people have saved their lives. So the Iron Dome is a very, very great system. It's fantastic. Interesting how it works too. There are more Humvees down the road, I believe. Bilbo's a good movie on Netflix for old dads. Yeah, I really want to see it, but I'm waiting to watch it with Lily. Lily's like, oh, yo, the comedian you like has a new movie on Netflix. I'm like, I know. She's like, I'll watch it together. I'm like, now I've been waiting a month to watch it. No, I'm very close to the regular spot. I'll go over the regular spot in a bit. We'll get over there in a bit. I like Andrew Schulz's stand-up is great. Andrew Schulz is the exact opposite to Joe Rogan. Andrew Schulz is a funnier comedian than he is podcaster, where Rogan is a much funnier podcaster than he is comedian. What time did you finish last night, Willie? I think at about 4 a.m, maybe just after 4 a.m. Willie, do you have a garden or grow anything in the dirt? Bro, I used to do a lot of gardening. Sadly, I'm away from home a lot. But I used to grow chilies. I used to grow peppers. I had 70-something pepper plants at one point and about 40 different varieties. I've scaled way back to like 5 because I'm away so much. But I used to grow strawberries, tomatoes, peppers. lemons, avocados, a bit of everything. I could see myself one day just buying 10 acres of land and living off the grid. Not off the grid, but like I could see myself just like making a lot of my own food and fucking around. Deleting all socials and just being like, yep. I actually have a YouTube channel, or at least an old video, called Chili Willy, or no, it was called Red Hot Willy Peppers. Red Hot Willy Peppers is fantastic. Oh, no, it's still up. It's still a channel. Right. Do you guys want to see? Right. Guys, do you want to see the funniest video I've ever made by a fucking mile? Right. I just sent the link, guys. I just sent the link. Go and watch that. There you go. I've posted it now twice. You guys will laugh at that. Eating the world's hottest pepper on Christmas. I had a good beard too. Please watch that and get back to me on what you think of it. Right, well, I'm now using the giant butt plug as a table because I forgot that I've got a few leftover nuggets. I forgot I got 6 nuggets as well. So I'm just going to go off the chat for a second while I eat, because everyone cracks the shits at that. Says, if you're ever in Seattle, my partner, Scotty, Daisy, would love to treat you, and Lily, to the best dinner in town. We love you, mate. They wish for your safety and health. Thank you, Karen. Really appreciate that. If we're ever in Seattle, I will hit you up. I definitely ordered 6 nuggets, but I'm pretty sure they gave me 9. So big win for the day, ladies and gents. Big win for the day. You guys did see in top left corner too. Did see 2 fighter jets. There, you can only ever see their afterburners, but we did see them. Someone made a comment and said, "You've got more viewers watching a black screen than I24 News has with a whole studio." That's pretty funny. I'm actually astounded none of those networks have reached out and been like, "Can we just purchase your stream?" Like, the BBC near me, are they? I don't know. On the other side of me, there might be some, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You cauterise your tumour with that pepper. Hell yeah. You were shaky reading the poem. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Willie? Hello, mate. No, the peppers actually aren't like, it doesn't actually do any damage to you. It's more of a reaction, apparently, that the capsaicin can't actually harm you, like except for, so you could put someone into shock, but like, or like a heart attack. But other, like that's more a mental reaction. Apparently, it's all a mental reaction. It's not, the capsaicin actually doesn't hurt you. I could be wrong on this, but I believe the capsaicin, your body doesn't know how to deal with it, so it acts as if you've been burnt. That's why you sweat and get a lot of saliva and you have that burning sensation. It thinks you've been burnt. That's the way it reacts. But I don't actually think that it can actually hurt you. Your ass will say different. That's true. It can't harm your stomach. I've heard different. I don't think that like eating peppers can actually harm your stomach. I don't think so. Everyone's saying Daniel Nice. Red Hot Willy Peppers. Yeah, dude, that's what the channel's called. The channel is called Red Hot, like the channel is actually called Red Hot Willy Peppers. There is merch somewhere, I think on that channel. If you go on in the link of that channel, there's a complete store that has made like a rip-off of Red Hot Willy Peppers merch and changed it to Red Hot Willy Peppers. Joseph Kendrick. Listening whilst my girlfriend and I start a 2,000-piece jigsaw puzzle. I found all the corner pieces first. Thanks for the coverage. Stay safe, Willie. Thank you, Joseph and partner. Thank you for Joseph's partner for letting him still listen to me, as I've been known to steal a boyfriend or two. What's easier, Joe? Doing the 2,000-piece jigsaw, or trying to discuss with your girlfriend of where you want to eat tonight? I think we know the answer. Leon Thalion says, can someone let Willie know I transferred a few $100s to his bank account? I don't have PayPal to send a message. Thank you, Leon. I don't know how you got my bank account details. Let's hope they're not floating online somewhere. But Leon, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. The video's the funniest thing I've seen in a while. Yeah, it's good. It is properly funny. It deserves more views. I should do it again this Christmas and do it just on my big channel. So I just got an email off Reporters Without Borders titled Deadly Toll. More than one journalist today has been killed. In the war between Israel and Palestine, 41 journalists have been killed so far. Wow. 36 of them are Palestinian reporters. Grow some chilies, Willie, and make some Willie's fire sauce out of them. Bro, I used to have a full grow tent set up. People thought I was growing weed, but I was growing chilies. I had a full setup, everything. I used to grow 70-something peppers. But those who are new, if you're asking about any action, go back to, someone said it was an hour 30, or an hour and a half, somewhere, and then we had a very, very large flash, followed by a lot of big bangs after that. When I had the grow tent set up growing chilies, I actually had a few friends of mine who were police or cops message me and be like, this is either the greatest cover-up ever, or you're just legitimately growing peppers. Can you see much secondary explosions? Not tonight, but the other day, yes, we absolutely could. Can you grow weed in Australia? I'm not sure, bro. Like physically you can, but I'm not positive on the legalities of it. Amazing, you beat or match the I-24 English Israel news where they interview all the big Israeli officials. The magic of Willie and independent journalism. Thank you, Manny Fitzgerald. Yeah, well, I think this is funny, that there are independent reporters out here, or there are independent reporters around the world who get way more coverage and views and influence than major news networks, yet still they won't accredit me. Because I'm not a real boy. But we've had a lot of new people come in, so hello, new people. An hour and a half, go to an hour and a half, and that's where we saw a very, very big flash, and then the subsequent shock waves and sound move over past us, and then a little bit after that, that's when we had the outgoing rockets from Hamas as well. And if you hear yes, hit like. That helps us maintain the channel for one of our very, very last streams. This is one of the last streams, so, you know, you guys have supported me financially over here, so I thank you guys very, very much for completely independent work and journalism. So, thank you. Bush and Bree C says, "Hey Willie, hello mate." We're at 1.8 thousand likes and 3.9 thousand viewers, guys. We've got to pump them numbers up. But tonight has been... I was getting messages saying tonight's going to be very quiet, but it seems that they're incorrect because tonight has actually had a fair bit of noise. We had that big explosion at about 90 minutes, I believe. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. And then we have had a lot of strikes in the distance, as well as we have had a few tank fire out from the right. Then occasionally we will see a little bit of fighter jet afterburner overhead too. When I see the afterburners, I will try and get to the camera and zoom in on them. But it does come and go very quickly. So we will do our best to do that. As well as the tanks you're going to see from that big tree on the far right of your stream. You will then see the tank fire basically from behind that, right to left. It'll be like a blue flash. As Schmoopy says, "I'm howling at this elf pepper video. You're such a champ." Thank you, Schmoopy. For those who don't know what we're talking about, I'll post the link in the chat to a video of me eating the world's hottest pepper dressed as an elf. Dare the Machine, appreciate your work and the extra time spent away from home for us. Godspeed, Willie. Thank you very much, mate. I appreciate that. Because you guys, I was able to spend another 2 weeks here. And we'll have another stream or two before I have to then leave the country. No, Daniel, this is not the last stream. We will have 2 more streams. So I'm going to do a stream. I fly Friday morning. So I'm going to come here and stream. And then I'm going to pack up. I've got to repack my bag here while we're streaming. And then I'll drive directly to the airport because Avis for my car rental is 24 hours. So I'll drive from here to the airport, drop off the car, jump on the plane, and then fly home. It's going to be a long day for me, but hopefully I'll get some sleep on the plane. As I fly, Friday morning, and it is currently Tuesday night. So I have tomorrow night and the next night. But it's going to be the night after is going to be a very long night to stream here for 7 or 8 hours, not sleep, straight to the airport and fly the 20 hours home. I'm going to be wrecked when I rock up, but we'll be alright. But yes, thank you, Schmoopy, very, very much. Really appreciate it. So the ads, well, apparently this video is yellow, so it's restricted, not completely demonetized. So you may get some ads, but you may also not. Someone asked, am I going to clean the car? I'll take all the rubbish out of the car, but I'm not going to I'm not paying for the pressure washer on it. That's them. Camel Tanker says flying by business class. Camel, I wish. One, I don't have the money to fly business, but secondly, even if I did have the money, I do not believe that's worth the money at all. Thing is, business class gets there at the same speed as economy class gets there. That would be game changing if they had a Concorde Mark II. But I don't think we're going to see that again, at least for a very long time. Someone said appealing demonetisation. Yes, I do. But I appeal it, but it takes 7 days for them to see the appeal, or up to 7 days. So normally they do it in about 4. But by the time that comes through, it doesn't really matter. You get 99% of views in the first 24 hours. Scroll up and look at Leon's message. Okay. Where is Leon? Shit. Someone mentioned they sent me 500. Where's Leon? shit, I can't scroll up enough. Was it Leon? If someone did send me that much, thank you very much. But it hasn't come through yet on the PayPal or the super chat. But if you did, thank you. I really appreciate it. It will help out a lot. Can you zoom out a little more to the right? No, it's zoomed out as much as we can. I can move the camera slightly right. Let's try that. Lensmaniac says, but to your bank. How do people have my... I'm a bit concerned you guys have my bank details. That's fucking creepy. I hope not. Oh yeah, sorry. We'll move the camera to there. Where's that tree? Oh, right here. Okay, let's do that. So I was slightly wrong. That tree you're seeing to the right, that is where you'll see the tank come from and shooting to the left. As well as occasionally you'll see trace coming out of there, like big trace, 25, 30 mil gun trace. No, I haven't seen any of those payments come through, guys. Don't worry about it. It's completely fine. I like doing this shit anyway. Hope all is well and safe. Yes, it is all well and all safe. So thank you very, very much. We've had a big influx of viewers, so thank you guys very much if you're here. 1 hour 30, 90 minutes in, I believe, was when we saw the most amount of action with a major flash in the distance, one of the biggest ones I've actually seen. And then, of course, then the aftermath of that with the shockwaves and the sound moving on. But otherwise, it's been a little bit quiet. But if you are here, help us, hit like, bump up the video, and we really appreciate that. Ronnie Adkins was plugging your channel last night. He loves you, huge man crush. Thank you, Mr. Ronnie. Thank you, Mr. Ronnie Adkins. Right, we're seeing now flares up in the distance. That is right where we saw that major flash before. So we've got now, what, 4 flares? Do the IDF like you? Yes, I've had no problems at all with the Israeli Defence Force. Zero. All the soldiers I've talked to, both from reserves through to the Special Forces guys, I've had zero issues with any of them, been lovely to me. That said, speaking to guys on camera, it's not up to them. Like, they would be like, bro, I'd speak to you, but we can't, just due to the privacy stuff. So, and that's not rare. Like, the Australian soldiers on operation could not talk to the media without formal approval either. Same with the Yanks, whatever. So a lot of flares in the air. What's that? 8 in the air currently. So yeah, I wish I could get more of those interviews, but it will just come as we see in the air. We're going to see some major strikes here, guys. Just wait. I can't show you. We've got those bombs in the air here. You'll see them flashing. Okay, they could be striking here. Just wait out a sec. Right, it does look like we have 2 jets. You can see the red in the sky high on your screen. Believe they are 2 aircraft. let's zoom back on this location and we'll see what is going to happen here. We've got a lot of smoke in the air, a lot of flares illuminating that. You can just see the silhouettes too. You can see the silhouettes of the buildings. So this is the same area where the last couple of nights, this is where we've seen getting just hounded. Remember guys, if you like this channel, you like what I do, please hit like. We really appreciate all of that. It helps us get to a wider audience and give legitimate news and what is going down on the front line here. So for those wondering, we are in the south of Israel, someone called Sderot. I know I pronounced that incorrectly, but basically the closest point we can get an overview into the northeastern part of Gaza. We're about 600 metres from the fence, give or take, from the actual fence, or about that. We're really about 5 kilometres from where we're seeing those flares drop. But this is really, well, this is as close as the media can get currently. But in that as well, it's the closest you can actually get a decent overview also. So this is what we're dealing with. But we all appreciate you guys being here. And if you'd like to hit like, hit subscribe, help me out. There's also the option, if you'd like to support the trip, support my work, of the PayPal in the description or pinned comment, or the super chat as well. But thank you all very much for being here. And yes, this is live. There's a lot of other YouTube lives going on that aren't actually live. They're just restreaming old content. But I'm sitting here in my camp chair with my camera, and we are streaming live. How far is that in miles? 3 or 4 miles. So the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has stated tonight that there will be no fuel entry or labour entry or any kind of ceasefire in the Gaza Strip until all the hostages are released by Hamas. And as we've spoken about, people have asked me, what is the status of the hostages? Are they alive? Are they dead? What's happening? Because we're not hearing that much. Well, my opinion on this is, one, we don't really have any solid confirmation of what has happened, but Hamas has no reason to kill those hostages. Their only card in this game currently is the hostages. They need them. That is their pull. To get their prisoners out of Israel, to negotiate anything. It's their only tool they've got, is those hostages. So we believe those hostages will be being kept alive, although Hamas has said that up to 70 have been killed in Israeli airstrikes as well. And you will see the crowd, the Hamas supporting crowd, refer to those hostages, the ones abducted, they'll refer to them as in Hamas custody, which I have a large issue with using wording like that for hostages. They're not in custody, they are hostages. Custody is what you go into if I'm taking a piss down an alleyway and a copper's like, oi, what are you doing with your cock out? That's custody. Custody is not, you're at a festival or you're in this town and you're a mother, child, baby, brother, sister, doesn't matter, and they come and rip you back and take you across borders. So we have a Humvee and another truck moving down the road, just a flatbed, couldn't see anything on the back of it. The road in front of us is very dark. That road in front of us is not a civilian, well, it is a civilian road, but that is only for civil vehicles. Only for mill vehicles. Israeli Defence Minister Yoav Gallant stated tonight during a press conference regarding the war in Gaza, quote, "The pressures on us will increase. We will soon be forced to make difficult decisions. For me, fighting cannot be stopped until its achievements are reached. No going back, no stopping, just moving forward." Now, there will be some difficult decisions of how this goes as the movement moves into Gaza City. As we know, there has been many IDF soldiers killed. I'm hearing larger numbers than being reported officially, but we'll wait for that. As we know, official casualties, it does take a while to come out for informing families, friends, all of this as well. But it's going to be a hell of a fight, and we are expecting those casualties to rise sharply once the urban warfare, which we're already seeing, but once that increases, that will rise sharply. That is just part of war, sadly, as well as the media. I believe I believe Israel won the first 72 hours of the media, and I believe since then the real has been pushing back against Israel, and it's turning further and further. Matty Fitzgerald, hello, brother. He says, "You're an inspiration to people with cancer and have such a great story. Trace interview you. Stay safe, mate." Thank you, Matty. Appreciate that. Get a comment on civilian deaths in the West Bank where there is no Hamas. There is definitely some Hamas in the West Bank reported, or at least people sympathising there too. And there's a lot of fighting, everything going on there. I'm not fully over certain instances within the West Bank. Sadly, this trip did not allow time for me to get in there with other commitments. The lights in the centre of your screen, that is the hospital. Lights moving in the sky. What am I seeing? I think some of the lights you'll see moving in the sky. Occasionally you'll see, so out to the left of your screen, I believe that is a drone in the air you're seeing move. But sometimes the stars can look a bit flashing too in the camera. Is it distant artillery I keep hearing? It's actually not that distant. It's that your microphone, the one you're listening to, because there's two microphones. There's one on me and one on the camera. The one on the camera is directional facing Gaza. So the artillery is actually happening. There's at least 3 batteries. There's one to my right, one to the left, and one directly behind me. So it sounds more distant than it actually is. But you will hear occasionally on this, if you listen closely, especially if you've got earbuds in, you'll hear the thud of the artillery outgoing, and then you'll hear the round go over the top of my head. So you will hear a boom, then a and that is the shell moving through the air over the top of my head. So you will hear that also. Power lines, yeah. So there are a set of transmission power lines in front of me. What are like the big power lines, like the ones on like the more tower side sort of thing. And I think those moving in the slight breeze, that may make things look like they do flash. So I just got through those vehicles moving very slow. You know, it's a sign you're in a war zone when there's Toyota Hiluxes moving. So through the press office, I just got who's also said to the EGOZ unit soldiers, he has said, well, let me read actually the full quote for you. Oh, this is a long quote. Wait. Okay, I'm going to go off microphone for a second. I'm going to take a leak, and then I'll read the quote of what he said to a unit of soldiers. armour move in front of us as well. And you can hear that drone in the air also. Hear the armour move? Remember, guys, this stream is restricted monetization, so you may get an ad or two. I can't control that, but also if you want to support the stream going forward, please consider the PayPal link in the pinned comment or the description, or the super chat feature. I will do try and monitor the chat as much as possible, whether it's paid or not. I do read people's things, but as you are aware, I do get a lot of messages. But let's read what the Prime Minister says. Oh, shit. Let me do this one first. A bit of everything says, Willy, is it okay if I add your channel as a featured channel on my main YouTube channel? I guess. As long as you're not using my content, you can link me somewhere, but just don't use my thing. I've had a lot of problems with that. Bop Bop, thank you, brother, for becoming a member of the Willy channel. Now, so this was from the government press office, because I get their official emails, although they won't accredit me. Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, the president, today, that's close artillery, visited IDF at the Salem base, home of the National Ground Forces Training Centre, met with officer cadets, commanders of the Egoz unit soldiers. Now, translated from Hebrew, he said, first of all, you can draw lessons. All of you have lessons, first of all, from what you did on the first day. You saved the country, but here there are also lessons from the field. As you know, I just heard some of them. It is very precise. It is worthwhile absorbing every gram of lessons and also training together. I would like to tell you that what we see on the ground from the reports from the War Cabinet and I receive and the conversations with commanders and soldiers is an extraordinary success. I tell you, the Americans were here. They explained to us what was in Fallujah and what was here and there. And they were amazed at what we have achieved. So drawing comparison to Fallujah and saying that both them and the Americans were amazed at what they've so far done. True, there are problems. There are UAVs being drones, IEDs being improvised explosive devices, and anti-tank fire. That is true. Sometimes there are painful losses, but all in all, the success is phenomenal because we went in there and hit the enemy. This was a great success. We do not intend to stop. We intend to continue until the end. I just want to screenshot this quickly because I will use that as a quote for another video. We rely on you, believe in you, and are giving you all the force. We know that you will do everything, of course. This is all rhyming. It sounds like Eminem. We'll watch out for each other. That is the first rule. You should have all the force, all the success. Thank you. Learn the lessons. The lessons are very good with a lot of wisdom. May you succeed. Spirit you already have. So, of course, a lot of people ask me about Fallujah and how this will actually go. So it is interesting to see the comparison there being made between the Prime Minister and his American counterparts. Catherine Church, thank you very much on the PayPal, as well as Eric Valencia, or Valencia. Thank you, Eric, as well. Thanks, Mary, for gifting some people some memberships. Mary is the top G of the chat. Remember, guys, we have 6.5 thousand people watching and 2,000 likes. So, jump in, smash like, hit like. That is absolutely free. And if you like this sort of stuff, feel free to subscribe. Davo says, what type of camera do you have? So the main camera here is a Sony FX3 body and a 28 to 135mm lens, and using Rode microphones. And Sarah, no news on the hostages yet. So, someone asked me just about the artillery before, and I'm sure you'll hear that artillery firing from near us. What are we watching? We are in Israel, looking into Gaza City. We're about 600 metres from the fence, and a couple of Ks actually from the city itself, and we've been hearing a lot of artillery going in and seeing some of the artillery splash as well as the airstrikes too. Eddie Brown. Willie, say my name in Holy Land. Need the wife to hear to believe it's real. Eddie Brown's wife. Hello. Yes, it's real. It's live. I know the IDF does not tell us where to set up, but occasionally they do move us on if they believe where we are is dangerous. Or if they get any intel that we could be... Well, I'm the only one here at the moment, but whether I could be targeted out here. So I have had the IDF rock up a couple of times and be like, hey, mate, move on. We'll go over there. Now, I'm just going to check the camera battery because we might be dying. Can someone set a reminder for 5 minutes and then I'll change the camera batteries? But that said, it has been reasonably quiet the last, say, 40 minutes. Before that, it was picking up. Calm before the storm, really? Well, Soup, probably not. The calm before the storm, it's felt like this for a number of weeks here. Like every night feels like calm before the storm. But I think this is just the calm as the ground operation moves in. Because as we know, Israel is in the ground operation currently. And, you know, the major movements on the ground, you know, you can't have massive airstrikes during that. So I think the softening up of the targets has been basically done by the aerial campaign. We will still see aerial campaign, but not the same as what we saw in the first couple of weeks. But no, this is not the West Bank camera view. No. We're a fair way from the West Bank. I don't know what happened. I feel like we got hit by a bot farm or something. The views went up massively and then came back. Because we didn't really get any likes. So, I don't really know. Someone actually messaged me and said, well, I have an email of someone. I hope you don't mind me reading your email. I won't say your name. So, the Gaza Eye just put a bot farm on me, apparently. So, I know this is redundant, but I was watching your stream, blah, 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 after you had the issue with your streaming. Old mate over at the Gaza thing, saying he was sending a bot farm to you to view your channel. So, I feel like the dickheads at the Gaza Eye, who have had problems with stealing my content, have probably put a bot farm onto my thing to probably then try and, like, report my account or something. anyone who's here last night knew we had problems with some other channels. I asked them to take down my shit, and no. So I've had this before, where people will do like dodgy shit and then try and get you like removed. And yes, I did put through a successful copyright claim against Gaza Watch. The first one I've done, but I asked them not to, and they took the piss out of me. So, yeah, you will get a copyright strike. I just went into his chat. Yeah. It was definitely them. Yeah, so old Gaza Watch is obsessed with me. Oh, battery time. Yes, good idea, mate. Thank you. I do not want the batteries to go flat tonight. Camera will go down for about 20 seconds. Oh, 20 seconds. 2 seconds. We have incoming from Gaza, right over top. I think that's 4, 3. We'll wait and see where those alarms kick up. Yeah, right on 2100. Oh shit, they look like incoming. I'm out. timestamp when that was. Right, we had no red alarm on that at all. Just wait. Oh. Can you guys hear me? Oh. I don't know if you guys can hear me at all. Sorry, I had to what time? Can someone give us a time on that so I can cut that into a video if I need to? Like, what time through the video was it? Oh. Oh. 2:48. Right, so 2:41, 2:48. Right. Right, so we had no alarm. I'm very lucky I saw that. It's about 100-meter run for me to get behind the wall behind me. So I had to go up over a concrete wall, and I had one of them explode. Basically right on top of us. I'm fine, but it got intercepted, I believe. I can't see any smoke, so it got intercepted right over my fucking head. Just want to send someone a message quickly I know who's in the area. Oi mate, I'm all good, but just letting you know that we might have zero warning from the alarms here. We just had multiple rockets come in, and we had nothing. So maybe just look after your team, make sure they're all right too, because I'm not sure if it impacted or got intercepted. Right, so back on the chat. Right, I am going to try, guys, and make maybe a move to the area where the bunker is. If you're wondering, yes, I put my helmet on while running. Full sprint with the helmet, putting it on. Went down behind a concrete wall. Right, did you guys see them coming in on the chat? I'm lucky I was just looking out that way. As well, Hassan, minus 350, some sort of outgoing. Yeah, thanks, mate. Shameful ADSB, Unfiltered Planes, is a cool plane app. Just like military range. Thanks, mate. Right. See, for the 2,500 legends that are in the chat, this is why I get annoyed when people restream me, troll me, fucking whatever they do for those fucking flogs, is these fucking dickheads are sitting in their office, you know, making money on me or making the piss out of me. I'm here sprinting to jump over a fucking rock wall because I'm getting intercepted by fucking missiles. So as far as I'm concerned, those fucking dickheads, you know, who are not even prepared to give me a cent, you know, like DD stealing all these other streams, which there's no way they paid for the other one. They didn't even offer me a cent for thousands of hours, or hundreds of hours, same as the Gaza watching dickheads like that. That's why I get annoyed, is I'm legitimately risking my life out here. Like, you know, Sprint's gone away then. It's like, is this the one that fucking hits me? You know, and I'm lying on the ground in the dirt over there, over a brick wall, because I'm like waiting for either shrapnel or a fucking missile. So, yeah. Good fun, eh? Good fun. Hey, mate. Yeah, I'm all good, dude. We just had I saw them go just vertically up in front of us, straight on the position here. So I'm all good. But yeah, maybe just double check your guys. Your camera may have got it too. Son, take us on a road trip to the bunker. Yeah, dude, for sure. No, I'm not in Tel Aviv. I'm right on the border.
Yeah, I think we'll probably do a road trip. I just want to go suss out if I can actually get a park there, because I don't want to dick around and not get a park. But this, as you saw, isn't a fantastic area. Yeah, this isn't a fantastic area if we get hit like that. $14 Gaza, outgoing at 2100. So they're having a little bit of fire. Yeah, I'm surprised. Like, right where they're launching the rockets from, dude. That fucking... It's amazing they're still getting those rockets out. Like, that area has been bombed for weeks now. It's been bombed for a month, and they're still getting rockets out. What is... Credit to them. Like, credit to them. Yeah. Oh, LDN Stan, you are correct, brother. But then when I was like, hey, can I get something? Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing that they still have to, like... it's amazing that they still have to, like, get to the surface to put those missiles out, and they still can do that. That's a concern, that they're still able to get to the surface, however long it takes them to set up the missiles, get them out. Like, you know, it's not a fast process. Like, I know it's not that slow, but it's still, you know, with the amount of everything, and still get them out into this area. The concern for me on that was we had no, like, I know the Iron Dome isn't as active here, but we didn't even have the alarm on. So that's why I sent some messages to some of my friends, and we were like, oi. Brendan Garrick, thank you. Oh, that run was fucked. Right, I'm just going to go off comms for a minute. I just want to go check if I can get in near the bunker there somewhere. I'll be off comms. Right. Can't get a position around there. What's fucking shit? You could easily get a spot there, but everyone's parked like bloody idiots. Oh. Thank you, Simon. Appreciate that, mate. A Rod says they have batteries of rockets below ground. They can rise up and then fire quickly. All Iranian arms build up in Gaza is insane. Yeah, it is. It is, but you'd think just any exit, that'd be really striking. You still need a decent exit to get those missiles up. David Galoom, thank you, mate. Parker, you're an absolute legend. Appreciate the quality journalism you do. Hope you're okay health-wise. Yeah, I'm doing all right health-wise. After that, a massive adrenaline rush. Jesus. It's never nice being under direct fucking hit like that. Glad you're okay. That was a close one. Glad your situation awareness was up when you saw that coming. First few minutes and reflect on things. Take a breather. Thank you, John Brady. Yeah. No, battery's all good, guys. Don't worry about that. I didn't see how the reporters reacted. They're too far away from me. I can't see them from here. I have to out and around a corner to see the other reporters. Yes, Hashtank, I get your PayPal. I just read it out. Thank you, though. Thank you very much. Yeah, bot farm is dealt with. I got sent a screenshot off a friend of mine being like, hey, these guys are talking about bot farming you. And then it happened. So, yeah, it all happened right at the same time off another channel who's stealing streams. No, these aren't the closest attacks I've been to. That one was pretty close. I had another couple of close ones in Ukraine. I do have ear protection, but I don't have the time to put it on. I don't have time to actually put it in and on. And I'm not going to sit here with it on the entire time. Kelly, thank you, Kelly. Rob Griffin, thank you, brother. Oh, dude. I'm fucking coming down off that adrenaline. Shit. Fucking Christ, eh? Well, it wouldn't be one of our last streams unless we had a bit of action, eh? Jenna Bella says, do you think the hospital will be a target? Look, I don't know, Jenna. I'm glad I'm not the one who has to make that call. Because it is still a hospital. Even if it's being used by, terrorists, it is still a hospital. But it'll be more of a target, I guess, of the grand operation. Kyle says that was my first view of incoming live. Well, Kyle, sorry, you are welcome. And we gave you your first incoming live. That's what it feels like to be here. Someone told Willie there is no Iron Dome, but was moved north earlier in the day. He has no protection now. Right, okay. So 16 minutes ago is when the incoming on me was like, when it was. Willie, I dislike when you have to justify what you're doing. I know to some sort it's just there for clarity, but to others it's sort of just stirring the pot. Stuff them. I'm here doing it. That's the difference, though. Yes, where's Johnson? I am in Israel. Christina Thrasher says, my 10-year-old son, Logan, wants to know where your favourite place is that you've travelled. We've enjoyed listening to you throughout the days you've been on. Well, firstly, I hope that your 10-year-old son isn't picking up any swear words off me. And I apologise if he is. But I think my favourite place as a holiday is probably in Scandinavia, specifically Finland. Sweden's fantastic. But otherwise, there's a place to like visit. You know, I think Poland is really, really beautiful to visit also. And yes, this is a green screen, guys. Jinx, just got off work. How's it been tonight? Well, don't jinx me, Jinx. But if you scroll back 20 minutes, mate, you'll see me running for my life. I'm not in the greatest spot for it, but yeah. Are you going to the Anzac Memorial before you leave? I've already been to the Anzac Memorial about a week ago now. Actually, no, way over that. 2 weeks ago, I was there. I paid the CGI producer, and he put in some incoming, and I ran on the treadmill next to my car. Bob says, dodging shrapnel is a heck of an adrenaline rush. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Absolutely, dude. The official Willy swear word jar. Thank you, Jenabella. If there was a swear word jar, I'd be broke as balls. Willie, would you wear Peltor contacts, active hearing protection, can be helmet mounted? I have a few, would love to send a set. Dare, thank you. Well, firstly, thank you very much. But I actually have a pair of Peltor contacts in my bag. I've got Peltor active hearing protection in my pack here with me. But I only really wear them if I'm going into a weapons environment, like shooting environment. Like out here, there's no real reason to wear them. Like it would be unlucky to have something loud enough. Like, you know, just before, yeah, that would be good, but I jumped over that wall and put my fingers in my ears and lay on my chest, so it was all right. Don't worry about that. But thank you. Eric says for the Green Screen Fund, greeting from Sweden. Yes, thank you. Did you see the result of the mortar at the kindergarten? Yes. I'll go around there a bit later on, Bill, and I'll show you what the result of that strike at the kindergarten was. I'll show you it live. Are you wearing a bulletproof vest? Oh, I'm wearing body armour, yes. And occasionally I put my helmet on.
I need to drink some fucking water. Fucking thing. Probus Thrax says, thanks for risking your life for us. No worries, Probus. No worries. I finally get my heart rate getting back down. That was intense. I tell you, if you go from sitting in a camp chair for 2 hours to full sprint with missiles chasing you, to a fence jump, that's exercise, baby. No, I can't see any of the shrapnel near me. It's dark out here and I'm in the dirt, so yeah. You probably won't be able to answer this, but wouldn't the residents get the alarm even if the dome is moved? Disgruntled Smurf, I apologise, but I don't actually know that, but I'd hope that people would still get the alarm even if the thing is moved, because being in a bunker or safe room is better protection than the Iron Dome. And we've had alarm here every other night. So every other time we've been here, we've had alarm. Tonight, 0 alarm. As well, Natalie Soul, thank you on the old PayPal. You're awesome. It's always funny when you do something like that. Your adrenaline takes a little bit while to come back down. And then you feel like shit. So in like 20 minutes, I'm probably going to be sleepy as fuck. Barback, thank you for gifting some people some memberships. They will love that. Why don't you swear when you run? Dude, I was too busy fucking running. I was full sprint through I had to run from behind me through a fence, through a tree, over a fucking fence. And I'm not actually positive if their house behind me is like abandoned or not. I guess all the lights inside are off, but some of the outside lights are on. It would have been funny to just see me jumping over their fucking fence. Where are you running to? What if the rocket hit where you ran to? Well, that is a real threat. El Duderino, that is a real threat. But what you're trying to do
Look, if the rocket's going to hit you, it's going to hit you. You can't do anything about it. What you're trying to do is reduce the chances of a direct strike, and or reduce the amount of exposure you have to shrapnel. So, for instance, I'm in an open field here. So if I had no time, like imagine I heard it on top of me, I'd lie down. And that reduces my footprint on the ground, and reduces the ability for shrapnel. But if it hits you, it hits you. And for instance, what I did then was I knew I probably had a few seconds, maybe 10 or 15. So I made the decision to run back, and I jumped over a concrete wall. So what I've done is then I've put a wall between me and the direction of the rocket. So if it lands anywhere behind me, behind that wall, something will be between me and the shrapnel. That said, if it lands in front of me, big issue. But I was between a wall and a house of about 10 feet. So it would have to hit within that. So it's just reducing the ability of it hit. If it hit in there, yeah, I'd be fucking mincemeat. But otherwise, yeah, you know, that is, you're just trying to reduce that and put something between you and where a potential strike could be. But if it hits you, it hits you. As well, Naomi, thanks for all you're doing. Do you think they're deliberately targeting journalists or just the area generally? I don't really know. I really don't know. I don't know why, though, they would attack this area. There's no military in this city, except driving through to get to other places, and the city's evacuated. The only people here are journos and some random civilians who have stayed. Willie, I've been the gym man. Did I miss anything? Yeah, you missed me almost get whacked by rockets. I don't know when it was. Go back a little bit. 2 hours 48 or something, I think someone said. Did they get intercepted or did some strike the area? Well, I'm actually not sure. I couldn't see any interceptions overhead. But yeah, we'll see. I'm lucky that I was looking out and I saw them go up at the time. Much later, I wouldn't have had much time. That's the problem. That this is always the flight or fright scenario with anything like rocket, artillery, whatever. Is what do you do if you see it? Do I try and run to cover or do I lie down? That is always the concern because, well, if I'm running to cover, I am standing up. I've made myself a big target if I lie down. But if I'm lying down, I'm not as covered as in cover. So you've got to, you've got to make some hard choices. Callie Carlson says, "Cruel voice, Billy. Shut up, dude." And Callie Carlson is out. You can fuck off. Hassan Ingram, was one camera hit by the Iron Dome, clear as day. Right. One was on cam hit by the Iron Dome. Right, okay. I didn't actually see it get hit. Can you lie under your car? I wouldn't normally. I'd rather stay away from the car because the car's just extra shrapnel. Do you enjoy the adrenaline rush of incoming? I don't know. In the time, you've got a bit of like nothing else in the world matters but running, if that makes sense. If that makes sense, it's sort of very clear in your mind. Like when I was lying on the ground behind that wall, it's like, very just time moving slow. But I think coming off adrenaline sucks. We didn't have Iron Beam intercept. We definitely didn't have Iron Beam. I may have had Iron Dome. Sorry for asking. Sorry if asked this many times before. Are you ex-military? What is your motivation for risking this? Stay safe, my friend. Yes, I am ex-military. I did six and a half-ish years in the military. Deployed like Afghan. And the motivation to this is to bring you guys what I see as the truth, and as independently and solo as I can do. To try and bring media, whether you agree or disagree or love or hate, that's part of it. I don't do this for the risk of it. I do it for the media and to bring you guys what I see. The risk just comes in. The risk just comes hand in hand with what I do. How do you know which way to run? Away. That's not towards us. I don't think. But we see a lot of flak in the air too. Oh, not flak, sorry. They could have been man pads because the aircraft in the air are dropping chaff. Flare, chaff. I can't distinguish between the two. So to answer your question of which way do you run, you're always better to have a predetermined spot to go to. So it's like I had that spot of like, if I see incoming, I'm going to that spot. Now that spot for me is way too far away from where I am. It isn't a fucking good spot. But that's just on me, I guess. But yeah, have a predetermined location. And when you're patrolling, when you're like in the military and you're, patrolling, you want to be constant, and you learn this very, very early in your career, day one sort of thing. You're constantly looking for where you go if you get contact, like shot at. So as you're just walking down the side of a road or you're walking down a tree line or whatever, you're constantly scanning, looking out for like people and looking at like, right, okay, I can jump in there, I can run to there, blah, blah, blah. You're constantly looking for those. So, but when you pull up somewhere like this, if you ever do, before you can get out of the car or as you get out of the car, have a look and be like, right, this is where I'm going first and this is where I'm going second. So yeah, I've got a first spot, which is basically just a little ditch behind me. It's like a 8-inch deep little ditch, which will still do a fucking lot. Like that'll do a lot more than nothing. And then the concrete barrier where I went behind just before. So it does look like they are illuminating with, what's that, 4, 8 flares, maybe where those came out of to try and spot where they were. For those saying you think I'm being targeted, I don't think so. And if they are, they're not doing a very good job. Yeah, drop short a little bit, Hamas. Jenna says the flares are right above the hospital in the other camp. Thanks, Jenna. Someone says that the IDF target journalists. Well, that's a lie. They haven't. If the IDF wanted to target the journalists here, they could have done it a billion times over, and they haven't. Okay, tank fire right to left. Targeting of journalists is a very, very silly thing to do for both sides in this war. There's a saying that says, I'm going to get this slightly wrong, but words to the effect of, don't mess with those that buy ink by the barrel. DG says, sorry for the stupid question, as I'm learning. No stupid questions at all. But could they be trying to hit the road? Thanks for the great coverage and stay safe. DG, I doubt it, because their rockets really don't do much damage to the road. Like, you know, it's going to create a 6 to 8 inch deep hole. I've measured it with an apparatus, and that's about it. And the tanks and Hummers and shit are just going to drive through it, and their chance of actually hitting a vehicle on the road is very, very low. Like I've spoken about before, I don't really get what they're trying to hit here. Like, it's basically evacuated. There's fuck all people here. I think it's just to keep people, I guess, on their toes. And to show that they can still fire them out. 6-8 inch running 4 times. Yeah, exactly. I had to times it by 4. Yes, that is machine gun fire. How far to Kiryat Gat? I don't know in kilometres, but it'll take me about 30 minutes to get there. Willy, you safe? Yeah, sure, as safe as can be. As safe as I can be. Adrenaline wearing off, yawn. Yeah, exactly. Anyone who's had a big adrenaline dump like that knows that you have this big high, you fight or flight, and then you just crash as it comes down. What sucks. So in about half an hour, guys, Hamas is going to make me feel real tired. You know, I'm going to change the topic dramatically away from war. You know what is actually crazy is how similar the situation with Matthew Perry is, the horrible situation with Matthew Perry, to BoJack Horseman. Just think on that for a minute. You got people that don't know who BoJack Horseman is. Go watch some Netflix. BoJack Horseman. I think it's personally, I think it's like the best cartoon ever made. It's not like cartoon makes it sound childish, but it's definitely not. BoJack was an alcoholic celebrity horse in Hollywood who was in love with his best friend. Yeah, but he also was a failed like sitcom star, or a successful sitcom, but never managed to really do much after it. Wild. Ooh. Sorry, I'm writing to Nick. I'm going to give you guys an update. I'm going to give you guys an update about what Nick's hours are. Have you got a view of the Shifa Hospital? The lights you're seeing is that. Someone says, I'm rewinding the chat, but what did Matt say about Matt Perry and Willy say about Matt Perry and BoJack Horseman? I just said it's very similar. Like, the story's very similar. Like, sitcom star, sort of washed up after that, or didn't find much success, I should say, after that. Alcohol, drugs, living in the hills, in love with co-star, best friend. Like, I'm not pointing at any fucking conspiracy. I'm just saying it's very similar. Son Ingram, thank you. People will really appreciate that.
Who was he in love with? He was always in love with Jennifer Aniston. Which I think every male between 16 and 60 has been in love with Jennifer Aniston at some point. Repetitive flags. I'm sorry. You're just getting timed out now. Oh. So Anthony says, back to the war for a moment. I'm meant to be a war journalist. Yeah. He goes, if you don't mind, which I do not mind, do you think that Israel would have been better off having purchased or developed a platform like the AC-130 Spectre for this type of warfare? Thanks, Anthony, for your question. Look, that's well beyond my pay grade, but I couldn't see it being bad. I could see that being very, very good. The Spectre was fantastic, say, somewhere like Afghanistan, as it was relatively slow moving compared to, F-16. Carried a hell of a lot of firepower, but also like the direct mission, but also worked amazingly because of the hills. So yeah, I could see it being a very useful tool for something like this. And I'm sure that whether America or developed in-house could absolutely make some sort of AC-130 Spectre, something like this, because you would think that it could sit, here at however many tens of thousands of feet and just, basically sit in one big loop and just, rain hell on positions as they pop up. Because I think one thing that is probably lacking here, if that makes sense, is the direct fire back onto those launch sites. So those missiles, they're launching, let's say, between the first missile going and the last one is occasionally 5 to 10 seconds, let's say. Which in military terms is a lifetime, like 10 seconds. You'd think if there was some sort of Spectre or something like that sitting in the air over sort of known areas, that within that time of like a heat signature pop-up of the first rocket, that they could lay hell straight onto that area straight away. But I don't know. Rice, thank you, brother. He says, seen you on Rob's channel. Been watching you daily since. Love the coverage. From Minnesota. Thank you, Bryce. Appreciate that, brother.
helicopter gunships not an option in this war? No, they're being used a lot. Apache choppers are being used a hell of a lot. That said, helicopters are more susceptible. They've got countermeasures, but they are more susceptible to air defence, to manpad. So, but they're still being used a hell of a lot. Davey, the cheeky bugger, says, apart from Lil, what's your first thing you're doing to get home? I don't know, dude. I want to get some decent food. Actually, to be honest, because I'm going to be awake for like 40 hours, I'll probably sleep. Sleep on the plane. Yeah, I'll try, dude. But, like, sleeping on the plane is always a bit AIDS, isn't it? Like, you're never rested. Same, you're getting recycled, low-pressure air in a shitty upright seat. Like, you could sleep for 8 hours on a plane, and I reckon it's the equivalent of half an hour in a bed. Ida says, is your stomach okay? Stomach is fine. You might, I don't know if you guys are hearing grumbling or something. Gonna be mixed up when I leave. Nowhere else to chat like this. Guys, you guys can still chat. Don't, like, just because you're in my live chat does not mean you guys can't become friends. Like, add each other on, drop your Instagram handles. Go for it now. Plug yourself. Drop your Instagram handles and fucking make some friends or something. Don't ask how tall I am. That's I'm 5'7". I'm a short king. Yeah, drop your Instagram handles. Make some bloody friends with each other, guys. So yeah, a lot of small arms picking up. I'm guessing someone popped up out of a tunnel. I should send you to the tunnels. You'd be a perfect height. Yeah, exactly. I'm 5'7", maybe even 5'6". I could just run down the tunnel. You guys can make a Discord. You don't need my permission to make a Discord. Make a Discord. You guys can even host it. Just make like a Willy's fan club Discord. I don't even need to be in it. You guys can be in it. Like, you gotta go for it. Just don't post ugly photos of me. Or do it. Oh shit, I've missed a heap of chat, sorry. When's the last stream? Big donger. Well, Graham. It was going to be tomorrow night, but I'm going to do another night. I'm going to do Thursday night. It's going to be the final stream. That drone is a Israeli drone. I'm going to show you guys something funny. Be prepared. Oh, it's fucking dark. Ow! That's my head. Take a seat on the giant butt plug. Okay, get your screenshots in now. It's not going to last for long. Okay, you're done. Okay, did you get him? Good job, ladies and gents. Good work. Did I get any vaccination for going to Israel? No. No, I did not. No, I didn't. No. They didn't require any vaccinations to get in here. No certificates, no nothing. Someone said, YouTubers refuse to monetize Willy's stream. Please donate if you can. He has to pay his own airfares and expenses. Thank you, Naomi. Yeah, so the stream is restricted, so I might get some, but I might not get much. But, guys, as you guys know, I am fully independent, solo, creator, whatever. You know, I crowdfund everything. But you guys, you legends, have actually helped. You've paid the expenses of the trip. You've paid all my expenses. I believe have been covered. I guess I'll know in about a month when my credit card's due. So don't worry about that. You've covered all the expenses. Anything now is just profit, and I feel like you guys have given me a free experience. I've given you a free experience. I feel like that's an even trade. I'm fairly happy not to be in... Well, I'm in profit. Every cent you guys have sent from this point on is profit. So don't feel like you need to send anything. There's Crazy Cajun gives more memberships. How are the mosquitoes? Actually, not too bad. Not as bad as last night. I got eaten alive last night, guys. Eaten alive. Close strike. Oh, you could feel that one. Oh, that was weird. That strike we heard, and then we heard the jet go over the top, guys. It was very quiet, but I could feel it. So that was, I'm guessing, definitely a bunker buster, because it wasn't loud, but I physically felt it through the ground. I felt it in my shins. Oh yeah, there's also the $50 million fund. The $50 million, I'll delete YouTube at $50 million. Ex-Brit Parra here, good channel, mate. Thank you, John. None. Thank you for your service, bro. I hope you're well. I know Brits and Aussies hate to thank you for your service, but thank you very much, bro. Looked like the launch site. Well, hopefully it was the launch site. I do seriously wonder if somewhere in some operations room in Israel that they're legitimately watching my stream for some of that stuff coming in, because it is a thing of observation. Like, you would think from that stream, and Israel would know exactly where I am, they could go, that's that spot. Like, I do wonder if somewhere in the operations room they're legitimately watching the Willy on like a TV in the corner. They're like or in like a little corner of a TV, got my stream open and be like, right, that's where we need to hit. Like, it is just another version of Intel. It's just funny that some operations somewhere's going to be listening to the old, or I bet they've got it muted. If you're listening in some operations room somewhere, please accredit the Willy. Give Willy accreditation. We're not a cult. We're not a cult. I promise we're not a cult. Stream stolen by the IDF with the dick plastered on a screen in a war room. Yeah, they'd laugh though. They're all soldiers. Russell says the nightly T-Bone Fund. Toss in. Thank you, Russ, mate. Appreciate that. Rutland in Shekel. So you're down the road somewhere, Rutland. Get yourself some Sano dye. It's a good mosquito repellent and it's sold in most supermarkets. Okay, thank you, Rutland. So, guys, I don't know what the hell is going on Nick's channel, because there's a few of us who are just absolutely, you know, rolling through his videos. So he hasn't gone up. He's still at 3.3 thousand, which is just weird, because I know myself, I've got him at least 40 hours in the past couple of days. So this is the Battles and Beers channel. So I don't know. Maybe instead of playing the live stream, go there and play one of his videos. I don't know what's happening. Surely streams count towards that. Lives don't count for watch hours, don't they? I thought they definitely would. The name of Nick's channel is Battles and Beers War Stories. When you have abandoned us, what stream do you recommend? I don't know, bro. No, I'm unsure. Check my mic plug. I think it should be right. Can I post a link or you get mad? No, I don't think it'll post you guys. Wait, I'll post the link because I don't think it lets... it doesn't let people post links. Let me post it. But I won't ban you for posting links, but I just don't believe that it will let you. I don't know if that's a setting I've done. I haven't set it, but it might be automatic. My mic's not dirty. Maybe it's just doing whatever. Would you do streams from the office before you went to Israel? Yeah, I will do some live streams just because I like interacting with you guys, but I'm not really sure how it's going to work. Yeah, guys, the mic issues are typically interference from drones and shit. Like the cables and stuff, I'll double check them, but it's typically that. It's not. Yeah. Right, I'm just going to go and see if I can get to my actual spot again. Because that'd be great, because I can have a bunker. I'll be off the mic for a bit. Righto, guys. Good news. There's a couple of cars moved. So I'm going to pull up to the other position. You guys are going to come for a little car ride with me. I just need to pack up some stuff. We'll be back live. Well, we're going to stay live, but we're just going to go on a little car ride, eh? I'll see you guys in a minute. Oh, fuck, that's wet. I bet you guys are being well behaved in the chat, hey? You're not fucking around in there? just going to be unplugged for a minute.
Right, you should have sound, I believe. Do we have sound? Right. Sorry, I haven't looked at the chat at all. But we've made it. Right, now I'm looking at this. First sound was zipper.
Right, I just got to set up a couple more things, and then I'll be back with you guys.
Bonus. I'm just going to be off this for a minute, but I will be back. Alright, you should be able to hear me, and I'd like to thank Ian Burns says, when's the last stream? Not tomorrow night, but the night after, Ian. Thursday night here time, into Friday morning. And I'm just going to go straight to the airport from there. June, have a nice cold beer when you get home. Stay safe. Thank you very much. Oh, send kisses. Thank you, June. We appreciate that. Appreciate the kisses. Hell yeah. Ow, kick the brick. Right. Oh my god, I'm looking at some of the chat. You guys are shocking. Right.
Right, now I'm actually back. Did I miss anything? Kids went wild while I was away. Oh god. Did you? Willie's changing into the elf costume. Yes. Happy now? Alright. Sky News reporting the leader of Hamas in Gaza is isolated and surrounded in his bunker. Right, wow, okay. Let me have a look. Let me have a look at the news. So, southern Lebanon or northern Israel is really picking up at the moment. I'm just trying to find that bit about the leader of Hamas. So we are hearing that artillery start up. Oh, right. So that was the Sky News story you're talking about was 2 days old. That's why I couldn't find it in the breaking news. Yeah, that came out Tuesday. Oh, wait. What the fuck's going on? Oh, sorry. No. Why? Sky News thing is off. Right, no, they're today. 2025, so I think an hour ago. The Defence Minister in the heart of Gaza City that surrounded the leader in a bunker. Thanks for letting us know. That's good. Yeah, for some reason the Sky News thing said 2 days. Right, sorry. I was reading some other news. I haven't been monitoring this at all. But how is everyone doing? 7 to 7, 17, 70, 17, 15. About the leader. Sorry, Natalie, I did miss that. I'm not able to see them all. Isolated in his bunker. Well, we've seen a case before of someone isolated in a bunker that didn't end well for them. Yes, you're in the original spot, guys. We've moved here because there's a bunker here. Fighter aircraft right overhead. What link? What do I need to post? No, they are. There are power lines in front of us. This is the original spot. TJ has the link. TJ, can you email me the link? I did get an email before, but right. I have no idea how to get the link. The email is in the link of other videos in the description of them. You'll find the email there and you'll be able to email me from there. Don't PayPal message it, just email it. Because YouTube won't let you post links in here. Right, so the air campaign is picking up. Hospital lights normally go to about this time at night. We're seeing strikes near it too. The chat must be hard work for you sometimes. It is. It's just sometimes like I'm just trying to find like things to talk about, things that I can speak on. But at the moment, I'm just scrolling through, looking at some other news too. So I won't be looking at it so much. So, Prime Minister has spoken to Kamala Harris. Bet that went alright. Would have been interesting. Yes, Angus Burger, we did move positions. Just to be a little bit better with the bunker here. TJ sent an email. Okay, TJ should be there. Let me refresh. I'll refresh that email now, bro. Here we go. Copy URL. Right, guys, this is the unofficial Discord. I just posted the link. So that is the fan Discord, I'm guessing. Dude, I have no idea how to use Discord, eh? Why? I don't know why it's so complex. Right, that is a new channel. Right, okay. Oh, okay, I need to mute this. Is it possible to mute a channel? Just so my phone doesn't vibrate? Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay, thank you, TJ, for setting that up. So you guys can, through this link, you guys can join and speak to each other there. KC, thanks for the frontline coverage. Enjoyed you on Speak the Truth on YouTube. Stay safe. Thank you, KC. Appreciate that. Are you tired after the month? Yes, very. Benny, if the watermark's blurry for you, it's probably your end. Hit the cog. Right, link should be back. Willy Thanks for the streaming. Mad respect for you from New Zealand. Thanks, mate. We were talking before about the invasion, the pending invasion between Australia and New Zealand. Yes, I can get rid of you because he is a troll. Next time I see him come up, I'll do it. Dude, what is all the tech? What are text channels? None of my friends are here. Normally I have friends at this spot. I like people trying to bait into doing American politics. We're just not going to talk American politics. Every time we do, for like 45 minutes, we try and oversteer the chat back onto track. I'm tired. I told you this would happen. I told you guys once, with that dump of adrenaline after it, you get very tired. Willie, I think you probably have friends in every sport. You're a likable dude. Rare these days, honestly. Maybe, Jay. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate that, man. I'm on the Discord, guys. I'm definitely in the Discord. I'm just silent now. I've currently muted it because my phone will just vibrate off tap otherwise. Willie, this is the spot from day one. I'm aware. Can you guys see when I time someone out? Does that show up in the chat? Oh, that's a pity. I wish it did. That'd be funnier.
Yep. Yep.
Do I like Christmas? Who doesn't like Christmas? It's not hot again. I'm about to put my second jacket on. So I've got my blue shirt on, as you saw when I was on the big butt plug. And then I'm going to put my grey jacket, it's a grey-green jacket on top. Very soon, I'm getting cold. Dr. Affenswiss. I can never hear this dude. Sort your effing sound out, man. Dr. Affenswiss. How about Doctor go fuck yourself? You're out. It's because I'm not talking. Microphones normally don't work if you're not talking.
Japp. Och sen så är det lite generellt snack och sen så är det 2 frågor och sen får jag lite snack.
The longer I'm here, the less sympathy I have for like idiots, which is hard online. Thank God all you guys are good.
Det blir bra. Det löser vi på något sätt. Ja, det var trevligt.
No, you guys are all good. It's just the occasional step in. If you want to join the Discord, I'll post another link. Right, that's the link you need. Follow that and you'll get in there. I love your stream, but it's true your overall volume is low. Watching on my TV and when the ads play, I nearly blow my speakers out. Yeah, the reason it's low is, I think, because the explosions are very, very loud. I could maybe turn it up, but we'll see. Power guy, thank you. Just when you sound tired. Time to get home and recharge your battery. No, I'm not super tired. It does seem like all Australia's shit is going to shit at the moment. Optus is down, things are down, great. That said, if you live in Australia and you're still with Optus as a carrier, you're to blame at this point. Okay, let me see if I can turn up the audio. I'm happy to change things, you just need to ask politely.
Right, how is that? Is that better or worse?
Battery situation is currently fine. Oh, tank right to left. Oh yeah, I'm just speaking more softly because there's people live around me. Oh, Glock, thank you for gifting some memberships to some people. That's great. They will really appreciate that.
Ja, här märker man verkligen att det pågår riktiga strider inne i Gaza som vi kanske hörde där precis. Det är bomber som man ständigt hör. Det är drönare.
As well as Notorious Big Smoke. Got my hoodie today. Perfect with the Tassie weather. Thank you, mate.
Stridsvagnar från området här in i Gaza. Och tidigare så fanns det några få byggnader här inne i Gaza som fortfarande var tända. Det var lite ljus där. Det släcktes för några minuter sedan. Och vi vet även att internet har gått ner där inne. Med andra ord, situationen där inne är, ja, det pågår helt enkelt brutala strider där. Två mål. För det första att få ut gisslan och för det andra att besegra Hamas så att de aldrig någonsin kan göra en attack mot Israel igen. Det är de två målen man har lagt fram. Vi frågade ju dem förstås då, hur är det med de 300 000 personerna som fortfarande befinner sig i norra Gaza, de civila personerna. Han sa då gång efter gång, vårt mål är inte på något sätt att slå mot civila, vårt mål är att ta ut Hamas. Men man förstår ju själv, när 300 000 personer befinner sig i det här lilla området som är så tätt bebyggt där, blandat med Hamas-personer, så kommer det här talet av civila dödsoffer utan tvekan att öka markant under de närmaste dagarna.
if this is working or not. I think it went dead, but I've found the cord and plugged it back in. Fuck. Maybe. Hello. Let us know. Whoop, you hear me now? Okay. Dude, these are bloody unreliable here. It must be an EW environment because I've never had any issue with these. Right, I just want to say thank you to Mr. or Mrs. Beverly J. Long. Really love the stream. Stay safe and alert.
Yep.
Good trip home and rest. Thank you, Beverly. I really appreciate that. I know I didn't talk to any reporters. There's only one more team up here. Yeah, the cabled one had no problem because it's a lot closer to the receiver, but I think this one's having issues. Return of the man. Trey Davis, bloody hell, mate. Trey, keep it going, my friend. Stay safe, brother. Thank you, Trey. Appreciate that, brother. Really appreciate it. Oh. I think I might need to get into the second energy drink of the night. I reckon midnight, so 50 minutes away, 48 minutes, that's when we'll get in. But I know that's a different tray.
Ja, jag skulle säga att alla israeler som jag har träffat i alla fall
Let me repost the Discord link because that's what people are after. There you go. Now the camera is dark as it's pointing into Gaza where all the power is off and the hospital lights are now out, which they go out most of this time.
Den illusionen, den försvann helt och hållet den 7 oktober. Vi var som sagt ute och pratade med folk idag och jag lade märke till hur den här traumat en månad senare fortfarande verkligen fanns kvar hos människor. Så vi kan ta och lyssna på det och titta på inslaget som jag och Martin gjorde.
I am aware though of having too much caffeine, then I won't sleep. So I think midnight will be my last bit of caffeine here, and we'll see how long we actually push on for. The hospital goes dark about this time every night.
Okej. Jag var precis på väg att säga, nu hör jag inte längre. Men vad bra att man sa det. Okej, vi gör det.
5 hours on chat now. Has it been 5 hours? No, we didn't get here that early, did we? Guys, I'll post the Discord channel again. I can't update the description now, but that is the Discord. Oh, I'm on fucking top chat again. It always reverts back to that. Time has flown by, guys. We did 11 hours last night, a little bit over 11 hours. What is a new record for us. I don't know if the other reporter had news because they were speaking Swedish. Dude, I wish you could react to comments, to messages here. That'd be awesome. I don't know why they don't do that. Is it a phallic symbol on screen? Yes, it is. We are hearing a lot of that. Ooh. Tell me you guys saw that, did you see that one? So it is picking up out here. From what the mission, from the
messages I was getting about, hey, it's going to be a really slow night, blah blah blah. Definitely, definitely not. It's definitely picked up a little bit. Right, well, I think these guys might be almost done, so hopefully I can pan left a little bit. Right, guys, I'm also going to put on my second jacket. It is freezing out here. I'll be back in a minute. Just got to take my stuff off. You're going to be lucky to get my kit off, eh?
apartment had been shot at. And they it's okay, but it's not making it better. So you can use pictures because you can identify the rest of the apartments and where we were. So then I told our big boss that okay, just like that, I have problems.
Hopefully, I warm up a little bit. Dude, I cannot believe how the weather has changed here. I've never seen anywhere where the weather shifts so quickly from hot to cold. Like, only a week and a half back at night, we were sweating like you wouldn't believe. It was super, super hot. And now, it's like freezing at night. I couldn't believe it. Like, I was wearing shorts out here, shorts and t-shirt, dying of the heat. Like, dying of the heat. And now it's freezing. Bloody incredible. Huge shift. Oh, we missed one. Rendell Hall. I hated to tell the difference between a cow and a bull. It's either one or the other. That's pretty good, mate. That's very good, Rendell. Don't say same here in Melbourne. Melbourne's just cold all the time. Congratulations, Ginger Aussie. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Willie. Nay, Murray. Oh, sorry, Murray has been patiently asking how Lily felt she did with the exam many times. Please answer her. Maybe the rest of the chat could help boost the question. No, we're doing the question right now. She felt like she did a lot of it well, but there was one part she reckons she's fucked up. But the part that she reckons she stuffed up isn't super important, apparently. So, like, I don't really know how that works on exams of, like, the weighting of, like, how it's actually specifically weighted in specific bits. But, yeah, apparently not super important. Bit that she doesn't feel like she went well on. But she always says that. She always says, oh, I went shit on it. But it's fine. She's never failed one, but reckons she goes bad every single time. It's a speech pathology exam. Right, so it is picking up at it. Oh yeah, they're just flares. We can't see behind that tree, sadly.
'tis in the way. I can give us a zoom in over there, but it's not going to help much. There's something on fire back there. That's pretty close. Like, that's actually reasonably close. So things are definitely happening around us. And things, I believe, are heating up a little bit. Especially from what was meant to be a slower day. Get that out of the fucking stream. There you go. Oh, did I miss one? No, I don't think so. Yes, I can post the Discord in the chat after stream. Otherwise, I will forget. Remind me, whoever, when I'm logging off, remind me to repost the Discord. Dude, I'm so glad I put that jacket on. There's like a little bit of breeze and it's murdering me cold. So we've got more outgoing artillery. Let's see where that lands. Might be a flare. I reckon those distant bangs we're hearing we're not seeing are probably tanks. You shift the camera a little to the left. You're not going to see anything out further left than what we are. We'll have a look maybe later, but there's that pole in the way, and pretty much anything right of that pole is interesting. Much left is just tree line. As I say that though, everything will pick up on the left. William is a retired broadcast engineer. Live view cell has definitely changed remote shots of adjusted KU's dishes on the rooftops in Sarajevo. No more of that for me. Stay safe. Thank you, William, mate. Thank you for doing what you used to do. That's awesome, bro. That is awesome. More official than I'll ever be. For shizzle. Oh, we are hearing gunfire in the distance also. Jets overhead also. So things tonight have been, it's been a lot more active than it was last night for sure. Both the F and C word together are a powerful tool. They are. Very powerful tool. Yeah. I'm convinced that that is, like, take fire within Gaza. Right. Yeah, flares up to the right, pretty close. It's unbelievable to just hear like the amount of fighting actually going on. And I'm sure that we can't hear half of it. I'm doing a video though tonight, guys. After I log off tonight, depending how tired I am, I'm going to do a video, like a actual video, not a live. I'm going to do a video talking about, I guess, the ethics of doing this and, like, you know, watching this unfold in front of you, and of course this being your job,
how you sort of justify that to yourself. I'm going to do a video on that, on like the justification of being a war reporter like this. Terry says that it's not uncommon to see a 40 to 50 degree difference in day to night in Israel. Thank you, Terry. Yeah, it's crazy here. It is crazy. Now, I just have to quickly go off. I need to message my brother because my brother's booked the rental car for this wedding on Tuesday. He's booked the rental car and whatever, but I haven't got flights to get to where he is in the rental car, so I might actually have to book a couple of flights for Lily and I interstate. Yeah, I land Saturday night and I think I have to fly Sunday. Right, so I need to fly in Monday, not Sunday, because he's getting back from New Zealand Sunday night, and then we're going to meet Monday in Melbourne, right? For those unaware, my brother's like a full-time. He's a bit of his full-time business is he makes mountain bike parts, and then he's like a full-time downhill mountain biker. He's the cooler of the brothers, so yeah. Whoa! Why has the Qantas app changed? Oh my god, dude! I hate when apps change like their full layout. Now I don't know what I'm doing. How do I book a oh no. Right. Yeah, no sound? You should have sound. Oh. Guys, if it disconnects, just give it a minute. Give it a minute. Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. Then refresh your browser. It's fine. I'm using my other phone. So, ooh. So you go from Adelaide to Melbourne. Oh, I've got to go to Melbourne. People are going to be like, no, Melbourne's great. Sure. No, I like Melbourne. I actually did legitimately like Melbourne. Wedding's Tuesday. I'm going to be hungover then Wednesday. So maybe come back Thursday. Because I do expect that I'm going to be like a mix of both hungover and tired, and it's going to be a rough wedding. Sitting closer, yeah, it definitely does turn closer. Sound closer, sorry. Matthew Schaefer, thank you, brother. I appreciate that donation. I really appreciate it. Cheers. Willie, send your brother down here to Tasmania, best mountain bike tracks in the world. Fudge, he's been there. He basically lives between New Zealand, Tasmania, and Canada. Mountain biking. He, yeah, trust me, he's definitely been down there, bro. Definitely. Right. I won't book a Jetstar flight because I'll actually get there if I do. See, like this. So,
This is what I'm talking about with flight prices.
normal flight, $159. Business flight, $867. Like, who books that shit? $800. We need to go cut down that tree, guys. No, meaning for a business flight. That is a 45-minute business flight, guys. 45-minute business flight, $800. When the normal one is $150. Let's see if I fly the day before, if it's cheaper. Damn. No, these flights suck. that might be a problem for when I get home. Just look at a better flight. I'll leave it last minute and then I'll be forced to spend more money. I don't want to book a 0600 flight because I'm landing at 17:30 in Adelaide, and then the next flight is going to be 0600 Sunday morning, and that's a shit. Under 12-hour turnaround is shit flight to flight. You consider a hot air balloon, yeah, legit. I know I can book it, but I just don't really know exactly when we want to go. Like, do we want to go Monday morning or Sunday? Doesn't really matter. Oh, you know what I should do? Actually, guys, let's have a look at this while I'm procrastinating. Let's go use points. Let's see how much I can get a point flight for. There's a points flight on Monday. Okay. Let's see how many points I can use to book a flight. I've never used my points before. I've never used them to book a flight. Business flight is tax deductible. Well, any flight is tax deductible if it's like an economy flight. Like when I fly here, it is a flight for business. You don't need to be in a business seat to make it deductible. Yeah, anything. Like if I go and bloody buy a coffee, I tax deduct it while I'm working. It's just business is a higher deduction, but if that makes sense. I still don't think it's worth it. Oh, killed him. Killed one mosquito. He's not going to get me. Oh, shit. You know what I really should do, guys? I should check the bloody petrol on this car. That'd be fun. Half a tank, thank God. Right, we have flares out to the far left. You can see on the flares go up, it silhouettes the remaining standing building in the north. Buildings, sorry, in the north. That gun is right near us. Israeli operations, that tree is a hostile sympathiser. Please remove it. Yeah, that'd be good. If they could just drop one artillery shell on that tree, just to help us get a better view, that'd be great. It seems like the operations room, actually the operations room who's watching the stream is probably thinking the same thing. Right. Well guys, I'm going to go for a quick wee. I will be back. You can update. I'm sort of in between having a little snack. Maybe I'll have it at midnight. What time is it? It's 23:38, so 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I'm gonna have my little snack, a little Red Bull, or not a Red Bull, I forgot the. They're like a home brand rip-off version. They're like an Israeli version. They're actually pretty good, to be honest. I got them because they had the zero sugar ones, which is, I know it's still poison, but it's just a little bit less poison. Or they replace the sugar with another poison. But the poison they replace it with at least won't have calories in it, so that's a bonus. I missed a chat. Where was it? Dewey, would you come for a brew with some of us veterans that are currently on Ward 17 when you're in Melbourne next week, legend? Dewey, well, the problem's going to be I'm actually not in Melbourne. I'm landing in Melbourne and I'm going to... Is the Hunter Valley in Melbourne or Sydney? I think it's the Hunter Valley for the wedding. But Dewey... I've just written to one of my other veteran friends. He's now a police officer, actually, but I was in the army with him. And I'm just like, hey, is there any way I can stay at your house for a night or two? Because I'm thinking that I'll stay in Melbourne for a day or two. So, Dewey, I know it's been a long-winded way of getting there, but I may be able to. I might actually be in Melbourne for a couple of days after the wedding. So maybe write me in Hunter Valley, New South Wales. Well, what's bloody hell? Maybe I'm going to the completely wrong spot. But anyway, it's out. It's not. Yeah, it's not Hunter Valley. Then. It's whatever winey sort of region in the hills Melbourne is. It's out there somewhere. All I know is it's like 2 hours from Melbourne. Or 2 hours from the airport. I don't know. Well, the airport from Melbourne's in the worst possible spot anyway. But if I do spend a couple of days there, Dewey, sure, mate, I'll come and see you guys. If you want me, if you'll have me, Dewey, I'll come and see you guys in the ward for sure. Just send us an email because I will, I'm shocking with my memory. So, yeah. Oh, the chat has stalled on me. There we go. Yarra Valley. Right. What was I say? Hunter. Yarra Valley then. Battery check. Yeah, can you set an alarm for 5 minutes, bro? 5-minute battery alarm, and then we will do that. Set away for an hour. What did I miss? Aaron, not much in the last hour, bro. We've seen a lot of flares go up and a few tank strikes and whatever, but we have missed position. Oh, so we have moved positions too. I'm not sure if you were here when we moved or not. When they put the children in the back of the car, but. Right, so my mate says, F yeah, do you need a place to stay? So that's good. Well, Dewey, if you might be in luck, brother, you might have me come and visit you guys in the hospital. But we'll see. Weed is illegal in Australia. Yeah, I think there's an amount of weed that's legal, but I'm not sure what that actual limit is. I could also be completely incorrect. 18 minutes till midnight. Yes, 18 minutes till midnight. So 18 minutes till things could pick up. Egregious Blunder says, Willy's made a special connection to us all. Thank you. Sorry, if you hear me, I'm itching the fucking mosquito bites from last night. I better not be getting more. shit.
Dude, I don't know how they got me on like near my elbows, but like the inside of my arms or under my arms around my elbow. Oh my god, it's so bad. I reckon
There's got to be at least 50 bites. Good morning, Tracy. I hope that you are doing really, really well. They're not love bites, no. My girlfriend is fucking funny. I message her, I'm like, hey, look, we might just have to fly like really early Monday morning, like 0600. She's like, yeah. Is the lounge open then? I'm like, yeah. She's like, yeah, I'm going to bring the Ziploc bags, like Glad bags. I tell you, because I fly a lot, not because just because I fly a lot, I can go to the Qantas lounge, and I can bring someone in with me, and every time I take Lily, she brings like Glad bags and he's stealing like their chocolates and shit to then bring them on the plane and like eat the chocolates on the plane. It's so fucking funny, dude. It's so funny. Oh my god, Helen says, Willie, I wish you happiness with your girlfriend, but for any reason it doesn't turn out, I want you to marry my daughter. God, Helen. Helen, you're going to get me in trouble, Helen. No, thank you, Helen. Someone says, just don't get caught. Yeah. Yeah, Lily in there. Grasshopper says, the camera's focused on the fence and bush in front. I do not believe so, mate. I will double check, but thank you for the capitals. Enjoy being yelled at. The fence is out of focus. That would be focused on the fence, but all we're going to do is go over here. It's very hard because some things are very close and some things are very far. That'll do us. That's good enough for you shaggers. Yeah, it's always funny. Get on the plane and Lil's there with her Glad bags full of chocolates. And every time I'm like, babe, don't do that. I'm like, don't do that. And then, she's like, and then I'm on the plane like, babe, can I have a chocolate? Like, straight away, it's the best thing. So she's looking after me. Rick Angel says, if you meet up with those fellas, the first round of beers are on me. Cheers, gentlemen. Rick, hell yeah, dude. Thank you, Rick. Rick buying beers for me and the boys on the week. Oh, next week. If I catch up with the boys in the vets in the hospital, then we will have beers on Rick. Thank you, Rick. You bought veterans a round of beers. Hell yeah, I'll bring the cartons of beers. Yeah, thank you for the battery check. You ready for some speed? Dewey, for the veteran beer thing, I've just sent you on my email. I've just sent you my personal number. It won't work because I'm away. It's my Australian number. But do you mind just WhatsApping me? Because yeah. Oh my god, we got General Willy chat.
The Discord's going off. Battery's back in, boys. Battery's back in. It was that quick, you guys didn't even notice how quick it went. Wax on, wax off. Oh, big hit. Oh, how do I look at your message, Kimmy? Kimmy Larson sent me a message. How do I look at it? Kimmy Larson. Wave to oh my god, dude, I do not know how to use this chat thing. I'm sorry, I have no idea on Discord, guys. If I don't reply to you, I literally have no clue what I'm doing. Master says your camera's frozen. It shouldn't be. Maybe it is. What the fuck? So I'm going to unplug. Oh no, what have I done? Okay, I'm fixing the camera now, guys. OBS I think has crashed. Give me 1 minute. Look, I'm not the only channel on YouTube that's using a stream that's not actually streaming. Let me video capture device. Fuck, how do I do this? Damn, what the fuck is going on? I wonder how long that's actually been frozen for. What the fuck? It's not the cord. I know it's not the cord. I think. Right, I don't know if I can add this. Just wait, guys, I'm figuring it out. Video capture. This happened the other day and it came good, but what the fuck is going on now? Dude, this is so fucking weird. Well, it's not the first time I stared at a black screen, but I think this cord... Let me delete that. Let me try a whole new cord, actually.
can probably hear all the bangs going on. What the fuck is going on now? Why is this not working? Are you fucking serious? Fuck. What the fuck? I'm just going off microphone because I'm about to swear. This has crashed. This happened the other day, and it just took forever, and now I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, I literally had this happen the other day, and I had to like reboot everything because Sony's shit stuff fucking crashed. I prefer not to have to reboot though. Dude, how is Sony so useless? I don't know if it's Sony or OBS. I think it's one of them. Why the fuck is this not working? Does anyone have any ideas? Because I've literally changed cables. No, if I reboot, literally 50% of people just leave. Like, the computer's picking up that it's there. That's the weird thing. Why is that happening? It's like this cord's fucked. That's the problem. Is it's not either my camera or OBS, it's Sony. Fucking God, fucking course it has. Tell you, a lot of these apps are the most unreliable thing. I like how we put a man on the moon in the 60s. Fucking. Fuck, is that not working? I might